Shabbat shalom, Mark.
Shabbat shalom, Joe.
Hey,
Shabbat shalom.
There's my
How are you all doing?
We are doing great.
You
Well, I think I'm doing great, but I think I recovered from that dog washing.
Oh my goodness. What kind of dog is it?
Well, it's a mix. It's like a medium dog, and she says it's got like 40% German Shepherd in it and a little bit of Chihuahua, and it's a beautiful dog, but boy, it's rambunctious. Hey, Phil.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Phil.
Good.
Good to see you, Phyllis.
Good
Did you
to
do your
see
push-ups
all of
this
you.
morning? Phyllis, did you do your push-ups this morning?
Oh, I did one over. I did all my sit-ups too.
Good. I'm just checking.
Well, you're looking good, Phyllis. You look bright and shiny.
Yes, you do. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
How's your daughter?
She's doing well. She's recovering. And come here, Pep. Let's show everybody what you look like. Here's Peppy. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful dog.
And she is a handful, especially for somebody who doesn't have a dog. We're going to take care of her just like we're taking care of Julie, aren't we, sweetie? Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Mama's getting attached.
Oh, I know. Mama gets attached real easy to animals. But she's a good dog and she's very obedient. She's just a very energetic and very hard to give a shower or a bath. Or anyway, I was more wet than she was, and I had soap all over me and dog hair, and I was like, I can't do this again. I was exhausted after that yesterday afternoon. I said,
where was Joe?
Well, the dog, she's a rescue, so she doesn't. She just doesn't get along with men real well. I took her out a while ago for a small walk around our neighborhood here so she could get her exercise in before we got started. And Joe I slipped the leash to him and he actually got to lead her. So that is very good because she wouldn't allow him to do that before. So, but anyway, he'll make friends with her and then he leaves the room. And then when he comes back in 20 minutes, she's like, wah, 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 wah.
That must be the German Shepherd in her, because when Adam's dog is a rescue, she's pure Sherman Shepherd, but he was mistreated. He got him when he was 6 months old. And even now, if Adam's not in the room with me and I go out and I want to come back in, or if I let him out the gate to do his business, he won't come back in because he doesn't know who I am.
Well, isn't that something?
Yeah. I know.
Wow. Well, she's done. Actually, she's always done kind of good with me, but after she's very intelligent. After she saw me pushing Juliana back and forth to the bathroom, to the bed, to the sofa, and moving her back and forth from the wheelchair and propping her and helping her, it was like she picked up that, hey, she's taking care of my mom. So that makes her a really good person. So she has actually been treating me even just like I was Julie. It's just kind of like she's put me in that spot. And so she has started this past week. She started where she'll crouch. And if you put your hands out like this, she'll jump up in your hands. And so she's got where she begs me to do that. And I'm just like, she's just so heavy. So, but anyway, she's doing good. She's a lot of work. I told Joe, I said, I think she's more work than Juliana. But Julie's doing good. She's not got into the orthopedic doctor yet. She should have been in there last Monday, and trying to get these appointments is not fun. And, they want to work around your insurance. And then for the last 3 days, we've got the doctor has to sign off on it. And so we're waiting. And so we're just praying and hoping that Monday we will see them calling us. And even the primary doctor called and she said, they should have had you in there last Monday. What's wrong with them? So she even called them. But apparently there's not that many orthopedic trauma doctors in our area. So they're really kind of overwhelmed, is from what I understand. So hopefully we'll have her in there and they can get her, because none of her bandages have been, I actually got brave. I did not remove the main bandage where they put the plate down her arm. She has plate and pins all the way down her arm. She has 7 pins in one foot and a bone graft in a foot. And so it's just, and they've got these bandages on there from the surgery, and it worries me because I don't know anything about this. So we're wanting to see what's under those bandages, but right now we're not seeing any infection, redness, or swelling. She's still having pain in the bone graft, but she's doing okay. She's going to do okay. She's got a very good attitude. Very good attitude.
That's a blessing in itself. That's amazing. Of course, she comes from good stock.
Well, someone called her yesterday and they said, okay, we've got a freebie if you want an electric wheelchair. And she said, no, I don't need an electric wheelchair. I'm going to be on my feet in 2 months. I don't need this. And I said, okay, that's great. But she's doing good. And she's got to where she's got use in her fingers this week. So that's praise report. On the arm that had the plate and everything put in. And so there's still some, there, we need to get that checked and get her PT started. But
so is it her left leg and left arm?
It's both feet, and both of her feet are broken, and her right arm. So,
okay.
But she's got, she has so much swelling in her right hand, and she couldn't use her right hand until this week. And now she's using it and able to move her fingers. So they said the plate might push up against her nerves, and she might lose her movement in her fingers for a while, but then it would take a couple months to gain it back. But since she is a massage therapist, she's done massage therapy for Seventh Day Adventist University, places like that. And so she has some idea of some things to do right now that's really helping her. And she says, I've done this and I'm taking it real slow, Mom, because I'm not positive, but she's trying. She's doing real good. So we're happy for her that she's doing well. And there's Roz. She keeps coming, going.
Yeah. I was listening to it. That's good that she's doing her own therapy with it.
Yes, and she's doing real well at it. She's managing to move her fingers real good, in that damaged arm. But she's doing good, and I'm happy that she knows that. So we're having fun, but she really wants that shower, and she's not going to have a shower for a long while. Yeah. So, but we're doing good. I've got to where I remembered what I did when I worked at Life Care, and I would push the wheelchair back, and sometimes to the people that was paralyzed or in the shower, and I would let their head hang off of their bed or their wheelchair, whatever they were in, and then drape them where everything goes backwards. And then I would step in the shower and wash their hair and clean their hair and everything. So I've learned to do that with her. So it's working. It's doing really good. So she's real happy. So she gets her head washed.
That's good.
Doing so good. Here's Chance. Good morning, Chance.
Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters.
Shabbat Shalom. And I forgot to say that before. Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
I got a little sunburn already. First we get a foot of snow and now it's 80. I don't know what's going on over here. I got a little sunburn up here. No hair, don't care.
84 is our high today. So we're getting some heat over here too.
That's a drastic thing. They were saying that that was like 40 something degrees higher than what it normally is this time for y'all.
Yeah, I mean, it's New Year's here. New life. New year. Trees are budding. The leaves are coming. New life, new year. So I see the
Oh,
buds on the tree.
I just realized what was happening. Lou's been yelling "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." He's trying to get the message to me to say to you. So he wishes everybody Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to Lou too, brother Lou.
Happy New Year to Lou.
Well, we've got the evidence that summer is here. That the sign of the time, the green buds are growing on the trees, and we're seeing blossoms and everything. So we know definitely that we've got the right month.
Yeah. I had someone come through yesterday or early this morning saying that I had put a post of someone talking about the clean and unclean. And they said that actually chickens are unclean and turkey are unclean. They actually
Oh,
called turkeys vultures. And I said, there's a turkey vulture and then there's turkeys. I said, but as far as chickens, I know that there was jungle fowl and I don't know what it was bred with, but that chickens, did start out um, in the wild, but they're saying that chicken is totally unclean because it was made as interbreeding and stuff like that.
well, it's not worth arguing over little things like that. Just don't eat the chickens, people. That's fine.
Oh, I'm eating chicken. Oh, I'm
I
eating
am
chicken.
too.
Boy, I'm eating chicken. You can best believe that. I'm eating chicken. I had chicken fajitas last night. I'm eating that chicken. Yeah, I know, Rosalind. There's a lot of that out there.
Yeah.
If Yahuwah, we trust in Yahuwah. He declared what is clean and unclean. You know what I mean? And chicken ain't in there. So I'm gonna stick with what Yahuwah had given us, and I'm gonna draw the line right there. You know what I mean, sister? So be careful
Yeah,
out there. I know you are. I know
I
you are. Be
know.
careful of that stuff because even on my channel, people come on there declaring all kinds of strange winds of teaching. You're strong. You're on a firm foundation. But yeah, I have heard the chicken thing before. So
No, I was asking with it of what y'all thought about it. So, as
I'd
I
say
don't
show it
mind
to me
giving
in
up
the. I'd
something.
say show it to me in the book.
I
Open
asked
up
her,
in the book and tell me where it show me where it says chicken is bad.
chicken nor turkey, though, are mentioned in scripture at all.
Yeah.
Turkey don't eat carrion, and that's what vultures do. And it's just, I think she's misunderstanding about that part of it. But, they're definitely not. The name of a turkey is not in there, and the name of chicken is not in there. It's not written. I do know that from the time I've been on here, on the path, that I heard that ducks are not clean.
But my understanding, and I'd have to reread it again, but my understanding was that he named vultures and eagles and maybe it was an Osprey, was it? Chan, do you know?
Osprey.
Osprey, that Osprey. So he named the ones that weren't um, edible. We're
Yeah.
there's nothing to say the rest. There's anything wrong with the others that don't fall in those categories.
Yeah. And he named swans. So sometimes, well, how we classify it versus how the Father classifies it is
Right.
different.
Now, did he
So
name swans as clean or unclean?
unclean.
Unclean. And that makes you wonder about geese now. If swans are unclean,
Uh-huh.
I wonder.
Hey, Roslyn. So
Uh-huh.
I came across this in 1 Timothy the other day, and it made me think about some of the teachings out there. But watch what it says here. But the Ruah distinctly says that in the latter times some shall fall away from the belief, paying attention to misleading winds and teaching of demons, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having been branded in their own conscience, forbidding to marry, saying to abstain from foods which Yahuwah created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. So, this is going to happen. People are going to come at you about your food. They're going to try to attack you and get you
Yeah.
all discouraged. You know what I mean? And
I
get you
know.
all bound up. And, oh, you can't have this. You can't do that. Next thing you know, like, what can I do? You know what I mean? So be careful. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. I'm not jumping. I'm just
Yeah, I
talking.
know you're not. I know you're not.
Yeah.
I look out for you because I love you, and I know how
Love you
I
too.
know how the channels can, and there's a lot of that people are aggressive out there. They're really aggressive.
Boy, do I know it.
They're
I try to answer
aggressive.
everybody, and which takes up time, but it's worth it because it's for the Father Yahuwah. But there's a lot of negativity out there and hypocrisy and people that use the wrong names talking about saying that Yahuwah is God when and they've got a few hundred thousands of the people subscribe to them and look at them as big shots, in the knowledge, and it makes me question it because they're not talking it and speaking it in front of people like they are. It's not a teaching with it as far as the names. It's using it like that is the Father.
I got an interesting perspective. So, when somebody's trying to like defend themselves about something, especially on those channels, sister, it's usually because the word of Yahuwah is working in them and
Yeah,
they're trying to defend themselves and trying to prove what their belief, what they're finding to be
yeah,
like not true according to the word of Yahuwah. It's because it's working in them and Yahuwah is working in them. So they're trying to like prove it to you. Like, no, it actually is true, but it's not according to the word. So, that's also
yeah,
a lot of things that'll happen too. It's you can see Yahuwah working in people and they're questioning themselves, but they're trying to validate themselves because
yeah.
nobody wants to be wrong. Everybody wants to be right. So the word of Yahuwah is sharp. It's a two-edged
It's a
sword.
two-edged
And
sword.
it's
Yeah,
cutting into them, and they're trying to validate themselves because nobody wants to be wrong. You know what I mean? So they're questioning themselves and they're trying to prove themselves, but the word of Yahuwah stands firm, as it always will. You know.
yeah.
Is my word not like fire and like a hammer that shatters rock? Absolutely. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Bring it to the word of Yahuwah and let it be smashed with a hammer like fire. It will burn it down. Bring all that dross out of there. Bring it pure. The pure word of Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Oh, there was a lot of attacks yesterday.
In what department?
Oh, I'm talking about on the channel. There was a
No,
lot
I
of,
mean,
of
what department? Is it the
oh,
name or is it obedience? Because there's
well,
always
there's
stages of
one
the
that's
attack.
asking about, Yahusha, wondering about where that came from. And I've
Oh, yeah.
explained to him, yeah. I think you've talked to him too.
He's on one of the videos that I posted where he was like, I don't see
You can
Yahusha's
look in
name
the
in any of the Dead
comments.
Sea Scrolls. That guy?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
His name starts with a P. Yeah.
Hey, Yahuwah brought him there for that reason.
Yeah, I know.
He's Yahuwah's working on him. You know what I mean? He's right there
Yeah.
trying to learn it, but he's battling within himself, you know.
Yeah.
I said you would need to learn the Ha'abarit Lashon to see how salvation is contained in the name of Yahusha. Yah gives salvation. When you learn the language and learn the letters and the signs, you can see how salvation is indeed contained within the name of Yahusha. But
Yeah.
if you don't know how to read Ab Yahuwah's language, you're never going to be able to understand where his name is at the Dead Sea Scrolls anyway. You know, so I don't even know if that brother knows how to read the language yet, you know. I think he's just battling within himself, honestly.
Yeah.
Hey, does anybody have any opinion or idea about the IA translating the Dead Sea Scrolls? Does anybody know anything about that?
The ones I've been seeing, Phyllis, are in Aramaic, which I believe was picked up during the Babylonian captivity. So Yashrael learned Aramaic and brought it back. So a lot of people think the modern Hebrew is actually Aramaic, but it's not. You know, so we would have to learn a lot of the Aramaic text to be able to discern what's written in them Dead Sea Scrolls. Lou put me onto that. He taught me that in one of his fossilized custom books where he showed me this is actually Aramaic text. And I said, you know what? It is.
Phil, what's been going on with you?
Same old, same old. I've been in spring break this week, so we had like snow on Monday and cold on Tuesday, and then it's like 84, or it's going to be. So that is about it. Got a little bit of done around the house, not a lot, not as much as I always plan on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Never do.
No,
Miss
slept
Sandra,
quite
you've
a
been
bit.
awful.
I'm sorry.
Hmm?
What?
No, I was listening. I've interrupted. What'd you say?
No worries. Yeah, I've been sleeping quite a bit, resting up because I don't get a lot of sleep, so busy. So that's been good, definitely.
Sister
But other than
Sandra,
that,
you've been
that's it.
awful quiet.
Who?
Sister Sandra's been quiet.
Yeah, she's quiet as a mouse. Look at her. She's looking at us though. How's Lou doing? Good.
He's worn out, but he's doing good.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
He doesn't sleep well with me not home.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you're back at home.
Me too. It feels wonderful. And even though I saw you last week, seeing you again, it's like I thought I'd never see you again. I just missed y'all so much.
Yep. for sure. A lot to be grateful for.
Hey, Sister June, isn't that word Hassad amazing?
It's a beautiful word. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah, it helps. When I got into that and I was thinking about it in the highest level, Yahuwah, and how he has loving kindness and compassion on us, and then looking at that word and how it means how Yahuwah has that overwhelming love and compassion that Yahuwah has on us, and that word, you know, it shows it, how it's meant to be seen, and I think it's just it was something to show you. And then if you flip Han around with Noah, it becomes as Noah is a seed given seal. He was sealed in the ark, so the seed was given a seal, and he was sealed in the ark. So when you flip Han is sealed seed, and if you flip Noah around, you get seed given seal. You see how it's all favor? Favor is Yahuwah sealing you. He grabs you and grabs you to him. He seals you like that. Boom, that's his favor. It's like getting a hug from somebody. Come here. Sealed you in his hug. That's something else, isn't it?
You know, it's surprising that so many of the is it an echo to y'all? Can y'all hear me? Okay, because my computer did something now.
Yeah, it's an echo now.
Let me go out and come back.
Everybody's echoing. Mark.
Everybody's echoing? I'm not hearing it. Is everybody else hearing echoes?
I was, but that means we get to hear each other twice.
Yeah, I'm hearing him echo too.
Everybody should turn their mics off, probably. Got a lot of
Yeah,
mics.
you're not echoing. Somebody's got the mic on.
There. No, is everybody echoing now? You have to get off of YouTube. If you're on YouTube, it'll echo. You stay on StreamYard, but get out of YouTube. That could be the problem, because I'm not hearing echoes myself. Any more echoes yet? All right, well, we're back in Numbers. Left off at 26. So we're on chapter 27 today. 27 is interesting. It's about women. The daughters, there was no son to this man, and so the daughters petitioned so that they could receive inheritance, and Yahuwah granted it. So that's a pretty cool chapter. Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Jim.
Then came the daughter. Oh, I'm echoing.
Okay. Everybody turn their mics off, and I'll refresh.
Did you turn off?
Okay. Is it any better yet?
Let's try that one. No echoes. I'm doing good. Then came the daughters of Zephlochad, son of Kepher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the clans of Manasseh, son of Yusuf. And these were the names of the daughters: Maglah, Noah, and Koglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Musha and before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders and all the congregation by the doorway of the tent of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, yet he was not in the company of those who were met together against Yahuwah, in company with Korach, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his clan because he had no son? Give us a possession among the brothers of our father. Musha then brought their case before Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You should certainly give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And speak to the children of Yisrael, saying, When a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the nearest relative in his clan, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the children of Yasharal a law of right ruling, as Yahuwah commanded Musha. And Yahuwah said to Musha, Go up into this Mount Abarim and see the land which I have given to the children of Yasharel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as Aharon, your brother, was gathered. Because you rebelled against my mouth in the wilderness of Zin, in the strife of the congregation, to set me apart at the Maim before their eyes. These were the Maim of Meribah at Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so here we see the law of inheritance, and which is pretty mind blowing. And then we go over here to 12 through 14 and find out that Moses cannot enter into the promised land. So Yahuwah informs Moses he will not be entering the promised land. Why? Why is Moses not allowed to enter into the promised land? Chance?
Best of my understanding is like he rebelled against Yahuwah and struck the rock more than twice. I mean more than once. So it's like striking Yahuwah twice. When Yahuwah said, "Speak to the rock," he struck the rock with the staff, and he rebelled there.
That's what verse 14 says, because you rebelled against my mouth in the wilderness of sin and the strife of the congregation to set me apart. So out of the entire registered men under Aaron and Moses, how many were allowed into the promised land? Phyllis?
Was it everyone that was 20 years and younger before, so that those older than that would die before they got to the promised land? I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, what you're saying is correct. But how many people, how many men that were numbered by Moses and the priest entered the promised land? It's Phyllis.
23,000
No.
in
That's
the
how
red.
many, that's how many who were registered. So there's a big difference between the ones that were registered by Moses and Aaron and the ones that were the new generation. Okay, so the new generation, if you recall last week, was 601,730 registered men. And the ones that Moses and Aaron did was 23,000. So there was a big difference, right? And though if you add the Levites to it, then it was 46,800, right? It's still real short of 601,730. But how many of those 46,800 men entered into the promised land? Phil?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you. If you can't
Can't
hear
hear
me,
It's something weird, man, going on.
That's how I was. That's why I had to leave.
Can you
hey,
hear me?
Chance, if you can hear me, wave at me, will you? I can't hear you guys. I don't know why. I'll try to go out and come back. Sorry. Did this last week too.
Hey, Mark, there's a
Oh, now it works. Sorry.
there's a somebody that says don't bite the apple 777. He says just Yahusha, the son of Nun, and Caleb and all those little children. It's in the comments. Somebody try to answer it.
Yeah. Phil, were you going to try to answer that? Phil? Can you hear me, Phil? Can you hear me, Phil? Can anybody else hear me? That's weird. Now he's not hearing me.
Phil, can you hear Mark?
He's not hearing nothing. Can you hear me, Phil? Okay. Anybody else want to try to answer that? Okay. If not, look at chapter 26, verse 65. For Yahuwah said to them, they shall certainly die in the
So it's not
wilderness.
working. Can you hear me, Chance?
We can hear you, but you
I
can't
don't know
hear
what's
us.
going on with this. All right. Come back.
You shall certainly die in the wilderness, and not a man was left of them except for Caleb and Yahusha or Joshua. So two. The answer's two. Not even Moses or Aaron went. It was only two of the entire registry entered the promised land. Two. One, two. That's it. And amazing, these two characters, both of them are really amazing, actually. Phil, can you hear me now? Okay. I don't know what's going on. We never had this problem before, but we seem to be having it lately. Somebody's trying to attack us. I wonder who it is. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I think it's been ever since I got that new iPad.
Did
And
get
you
rid
think
of that?
about it, it's the Apple. So, I mean, it's attacking. It's not me, it's the pad.
Apple's out to get us. The great quantum computer in the sky. Gonna get us. Well, okay, so there's only two. Hey, I can't remember what I was going to ask you now. I was going to ask you something. Okay, so this inheritance rights thing for a woman, is this the first time that was ever done? Is that something new? Ross?
Yeah, that was the first time that it established that a woman could inherit.
Right. The daughters could inherit when there's no sons, of course. Why?
So
Wouldn't
that it doesn't get lost and it's able to be still used in that father's name.
Right. Share the family's name continues and that the land remain in their specific tribe or clan. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions up to this point? Okay, let's go, Jen.
Chapter 27, verse 15. And Mushah spoke to Yahuwah, saying, Let Yahuwah, the Elohim of the Ruachoth of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, who goes out before them and comes in before them, who leads them out and brings them in, so that the congregation of Yahuwah be not like sheep without a shepherd. And Yahuwah said to Mushah, Take Yahusha, son of Nun, with you, a man in whom is the Ruach, and you shall lay your hand on him, and shall set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him charge before their eyes, and shall put some of your esteem upon him, so that all the congregation of the children of Yasharel obey him. And he is to stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire before Yahuwah for him by the right ruling of Urim. At his word they go out, and at his word they come in, both he and all the children of Yasharel with him, all the congregation. And Mushah did as Yahuwah commanded him, and took Yahusha and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and laid his hands on him, and commissioned him as Yahuwah commanded by the hand of Mushah.
All right, thanks, Jim. Okay, so Yahusha said to Moshe, take Yahusha, son of Nun. Who's the son of Nun? All right, let me rephrase that. Who's Nun? Go ahead, Ross.
That's the one that was in Exodus. That's the first Yahusha that is spoken of, and I guess they had to describe him like that when they were translating because there were more Yahushas that came later.
No, I'm not following you on that. The first Yahusha was not the son of Nun. The one that came back from Babylon, you talking about? No, that was like,
Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 Yahushas in scripture, and he was the first one, but he's a representative. I mean, he's like the way that things happened, he was like Yahusha in the way that the way he led the people and the different things like that. But that's, he's not another Yahusha. He's like a foreshadow of Yahusha.
yeah, but it wasn't the same one, though. I mean, this was like 1,000 years later, right? So who was Nun is what I'm asking. It says Joshua or Yahusha, the son of Nun. Who is that? Who's Nun? Most people, I mean, a lot of Christian sects say that it was, it's a woman. Is it a woman? The son of Nun, a woman? Is that a female? Nun? Does it sound like a female name? Anybody know? So, about the only place I know of in Scripture that identifies who Nun is in First Chronicles. So go to First Chronicles 7. (26) and 27. And Riphach was the son, as well as Resheph and Telach his son, and Tekan his son, Ladan his son, Amiud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, Yahusha his son. You see that? So Nun was a man, not a woman. So Christianity is incorrect again. They do teach that that's a woman, and it's not. It's a man. It's so right there. First Chronicles 7:27 tells us Nun is a man. Go ahead, Ross.
If you go to Numbers 13:16, these are the names of the men which Musha sent to spy out the land. And Musha called Husha, the son of Nun, Yahusha.
Yeah. But it doesn't tell us who Nun is.
No, but that he is the Yahusha that was with Musha.
Yeah,
Because there's a
but he wasn't the first one. You said wasn't the first one. That he came back from Babylon. He was the first priest that came back from Babylon, the one you were talking about.
uh-huh.
This is obviously the one with Moses. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the first one. That's the one I was speaking of.
No, he's not the first one. There was another one that came back from Babylon. You were here when we were studying that, weren't you?
Yeah, but that's the one that Musha sent in there.
What?
Isn't that the one that Musha sent into Jericho? I don't see where there's one that was before that in
Well,
Babylon.
there was. Okay. So this name here that says Yahusha here, that everybody calls Joshua. Okay. There's several ways that Scripture spells that. One has 5 letters. The other has 6 letters. Why? Let's see. Deuteronomy 3. Deuteronomy 3:21 has 6 letters in the name of Yahushua. And I commanded Yahushua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that Yahuwah your Elohim has done to these 2 sovereigns. Yahuwah does the same to all the reigns which you are passing over. Why? Are there 6 letters in the name? In Deuteronomy 3:21, and only 5 letters in the name in Numbers. Anybody? Thought y'all were experts on Hebrew.
I'll go, Mark, since you brought it there. No, I'm just kidding. Since you brought it there. So if we look at Yahusha, Yah gives salvation. If we look at Yahushua, we see Yah gives salvation, gives sight. So that Ua does change the whole name, that extra Ua in there.
Mark, what
'Cause
the
it
one
says
that's
Yah
the
gives,
Yahusha that came out of Babylon? I can't find that.
Hang on a minute. We're talking about something else right now. I'll get to that if you want to talk about it. But what were you saying, Chance?
so in Yahusha, Yah gives salvation, but when we look at Yahushua, it goes Yah gives salvation, gives sight. So it changes the name. Yahusha means Yah gives salvation in the ancient,
Well, why?
because that Ua is a nail. It has to do with giving
Yeah,
and
but why?
receiving.
Why
I
is he
don't know.
calling him Yahushua here, but Yahusha in Numbers? Is what I'm saying.
You know, I don't know, but
Why
what
should
I
I
do
change
know
the name?
is what is strange about it is the name changes the meaning of it. You know what I mean? It goes to salvation and sight instead of just Yah gives salvation, which is interesting to me. Or Yah gives salvation and understanding. I don't know. It changes the whole name with that Ua. I see a lot of people out there these days doing that, Yahushu Ua, and they're pretty firm on that. So it's but it does change the whole name, the meaning of it.
I don't know about the whole name, but it adds, maybe builds on it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say
same
it
like
changes the whole name, but it does build on it for some reason. But what is that reason? That's what I'm asking. Anybody got any idea? We actually find that again in Judges 2:7. Look over at that. So go to Judges 2:7. Well,
You guys hear me?
yeah, we hear you.
I can't hear you again. I wonder what's going on, Mark.
I
Try it
don't know.
again.
I never had that problem. I don't know.
And by the way, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I couldn't hear anything before.
I'm not seeing
I couldn't
2:7.
either. I can now. Wow, that keeps going in and out. That's why I didn't want to read earlier, because I thought this thing keeps, you know what I mean? Then it comes back. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see it in Judges 2:7 in the BYNV, but definitely Deuteronomy 3:21.
It just did it again. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. Yeah. Apparently, you can't hear us. Can you hear me?
You guys hear me? I don't know what's going on.
Let's see. That would be. Hang on a minute. He's gone. All right. Let's see. I don't know why that's not in Judges 2:7. It should be. This must be marked wrong. Let me think. Let me see
What
something.
scripture is that in Deuteronomy, Brother Mark?
Yeah, the one in Deuteronomy that we just
Yeah,
read.
with the 6 letters. Yeah.
Oh, that's 3:21.
Thank you.
And what the heck was I doing here?
I was kind of noticing that some of their concubines and wives some of them were Aramean. So they had done some mixing there. So it's possible that that's the reason for the different spelling. Because that's what happened in First Chronicles. They had become mixing. It started out with Manasseh had mixed with an Aramean concubine. So that
I
might
hear
be.
you. Your lips are moving, Sandra, but I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I hear you. Sister Phyllis can't
So
hear
it's
me.
just me.
You and Phil.
No, I can hear everybody now, so I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Ay, ay, ay.
Now I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Huh.
I don't know. Maybe it's all going crazy here now.
So it's something with the channel. It's not just me. I thought it might be something with my new software on this phone, but it's not, because it's doing the same thing as you guys are doing.
Some kind of
Huh.
weird thing going on, man. I don't know what it is. It's been happening for about 4 weeks now.
Phil, is yours an Apple? It's Apple.
Uh-oh. That's not cool.
Yeah, I can hear it going in and out, Mark.
Nothing I can do. I mean, I don't know. Strange. Can everybody hear me? If you can hear me, raise your hand.
Might be a bad channel or something, Mark, because I can hear it going in and out still.
It's been doing that for 4 weeks, so I really don't know, you know.
Phil, if you need a new phone, I got about 4 of them.
No, it's not me, because other people are having the same issue, so it's something else. It's fading in and out, and then so I don't know.
I never had any trouble with people fading in and out. It's either on or off.
Well, that's what I meant. I can hear it turn on and
Exactly.
then it turns off again. So,
I don't know. The other day, last
I've refreshed
Shabbat,
mine 3 or 4 times. So,
last Shabbat, I went out when Sandra went out. My sound went out.
Okay. Ain't much I can do about that. I guess if you can't hear or something, or we can't hear you, all you can do is go out and come back in. It's hope for the best, I guess. I've asked them. There's no explanation. Nobody really knows, and it's been happening for about 4 weeks now. It's never happened before, but there seems to be some kind of connection to Apple products. Because Ross has Apple, Phil, you have Apple, and we're having problems with Apple. June, you have Apple, but you haven't had any problems. Phyllis, you
Can
got
y'all
Apple? No, but you have problems. So,
can y'all hear me now?
yeah.
Okay.
And the people in the chat room says they can hear everybody. So I don't know. It's something very strange. I don't know what it is. Seems to be connected to Apple though. I don't know. So I'm on a computer, so I don't have the problems because I'm on a computer. I'm on a desktop. I'm not on a cell phone. Sandra, you want a computer or cell phone? Computer?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
on a Linux computer.
Junior?
I'm on a laptop too.
So the people on the laptops and computers aren't having the problems, just cell phones.
Can you hear now, Sister Villas?
Yes, I can.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah. All we can do is pray it out of here.
Okay, let's get back to what we're talking about if we can. So there's a discrepancy, if you want to call it that, whereas Yahusha is spelled with 5 letters, okay, in most places. Once or twice, it's spelled with 6. Why is the question. Not what it means, but why. Are they spelling his name differently in 2 different places? Deuteronomy and Judges. June?
Could it have something to do with the translations and the way they're passed down? I mean, would that have a key point there? Because we're moving from Latin letters, and then we've got the Paleo Hebrew letters here, and I just don't know. I thought maybe something there in translation. Just my guess.
Yeah, I mean, it probably has something to do with it a little bit. Okay, and being that different translation is a preference on how to pronounce the name is why we could be seeing this. Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is when they put the 6 letters in there like that, they're hoping to promote the breath of life into the name, where they feel that when they present it in 5 letters, it's leaving out the breath of life. Okay, so that's the explanation of it. So it's kind of odd, isn't it? And so look at it that way, then either way is probably the correct pronunciation of it. But how do you write it in there? How do you write the breath of life in there? And there's the problem. Nobody really knows how, do they? And so we see them adding the double ooh in there to create the sound. That's what they're doing. They want that prolonged so the breath of life's and make sure it's in the name. That's the reasoning behind that. Okay. Everybody following along with that? All right. Thank you. Big brother Phil's back. You there, big brother? Can you hear me, big brother?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now. I shut my phone off and rebooted it. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. You're on a cell phone though, right?
Yes, I am.
Seems
But
like
I've never.
we're having the problem, but you've never had the problem before, I know.
I know. So who knows? I don't
Who
know.
knows? I think Ross did it, to tell you the truth. She brought that bug in here.
I agree. That's the worm in the apple, I guess.
All right. All right, so everybody good to go on that 5-letter and 6-letter name. I know it's kind of weird.
Can I
but
clarify, make a clarification of what you said? So
I
you're
don't
saying the
know. I don't know. You scare me now.
no, I'm just making sure I learned correctly.
Go ahead.
So the difference between the 5-letter and the 6-letter is
Yeah.
possibly that they were trying to promote the breath of life in the name, so they added the extra ua.
Yeah.
All right, but we don't have a scripture that says that.
No.
But so where do we get that
Well,
determination?
this is what I'm trying to build on from what I'm trying to elaborate on what June said. Translational error. It was what did it, because you only see it once or twice, but really it was purposely injected in there because people were saying, look, you guys are leaving out the breath of life. You can't take the breath of life out of his name. And so that's why they, translated it that way. In these two different places, Deuteronomy and Judges, the only two places you find it. Now in the BYNV, I don't know why Lou don't put it in Judges. I don't know why not, because that's where it is found there. But strangely enough, he does say that it's in Judges, but he doesn't list it. He doesn't write it in there, Lou. So I don't know why he did that, but Deuteronomy 3:21 and Judges 2:7 is where they're at. Okay. Generally speaking. Yahusha shows up 216 times. Yahushua shows up 2 times. So those 2 uas are supposed to ensure that the breath of life is being pronounced in his name when you say it. That's why it's there. It's not there by accident. Okay. And then Yeshua, which is really just a common Hebrew word for saves, that was given him. They gave him that name, so it did become a pronoun at that point. Anytime you name somebody something, it becomes a pronoun, whether it's a noun or a verb or whatever. If you give somebody the name somebody cornbread, it becomes a pronoun. Don't matter. And so that's found 28 times in the Aramaic text. But it really just is a common Hebrew word that means save. Really is all it really means. And why the Christians grab a hold of that one and try to say that that's how you say the J-man in Hebrew is beyond me. Just more deceit, that's all. It's pretty clear. They're just trying to be deceitful. And then they like to mix up the Aramaic with the Paleo-Hebrew, back and forth, in and out, all around, to keep you really confused. And if you don't believe me, go listen to one of their stations and listen to how they talk. All right. Any questions on that? So the son of Nun is a man. It's his father, not his mother. Well, Christianity claims it is not. And that Yahushua is found twice. They're doing it because opponents were not very happy that they were leaving out the breath of life out of his name. And so they tried to add the extra ua to ensure that it's pronounced correctly with the breath of life in it. Okay? Any further thoughts or comments or questions? What does 23 mean? And laid his hands on him and commissioned him as Yahuwah commanded by the hand of Moses. What does that mean? Commissioned him. What's that mean? Sandra?
I'm a guessing. So it's like in the renewed covenant writings, it says laying their hands on of the emissaries. It's like Musha put his hand did a point of contact upon Yahusha.
Yeah.
And gave him his commission, like Yahusha, when he left and he told him in the book of Acts, he poured his ruach upon them, same thing, and gave us a point of contact to transference of the ruach, and gave him a commission, which is what he's supposed to do, be a carrier. He appointed him a shepherd.
What's commission mean? Commission, what's that mean?
That's your job duty. This is your task.
Appointed job. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions on that? Phyllis?
Wouldn't it be similar to anointing someone? The priest would anoint someone to do a particular job.
It's probably similar, but not really. They would anoint people with oil. And those were kings or priests. A king or a priest would be anointed with oil. But in this, according as far as Joshua here goes, was he a priest? Was Joshua a high priest? What was he? Was Moses a priest?
Musha was a priest, but
How about Joshua?
Husha had been with Musha every time in the tent of meeting, remember? He had always been in there. And that's another reason why Yahuwah selected him, because he knew. He heard what Yahuwah was discussing with Musha. Remember he said that Yahusha was in the tent of meeting when he met with Musha.
Yeah.
It's a scripture in there that says that. I gotta find it. Missing. From his youth, he had been in there. He's like an assistant. He's sort of like the Louis. That's what Yahusha is. He is Musha's assistant.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments? Roz?
Yeah.
I remember, and I'm trying to find it, but I remember it saying that he's not of the same tribe. He's a different tribe.
What tribe was Joshua, the son of Nun, from?
Trying to find it.
So he was not a priest. Sandra is right. But he was a military leader and the successor to Moses, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was from, come on now. Where was Joshua from? Come on now. Y'all know.
He was from Noon. the son of Noon.
He was the son of Nun, but from what tribe? It's Ross.
Ephraim.
Ephraim. Right.
I think that's above the verse 26 and 27 in First Deborah Yomin, which is First Chronicles, that he was from the tribe of, his mother was from the tribe of Ephraim.
Yeah, he was from Ephraim.
Yeah,
And he was not a priest or a high priest or anything like
No.
that, but there was a Joshua that was a high priest. And he was the first one that Ross was talking about and got confused about. Joshua, the high priest that came out of Babylon in Zechariah 3, helped rebuild the temple. He helped rebuild the temple. He's a totally different person than this Joshua, the son of Nun. Two totally different people.
But
So
he's before Yahusha of Nun.
Way before. He came out of Babylon captivity. He was a post-exile figure.
Okay.
Yeah. He served as the first high priest when they came back out of Babylon, and he helped rebuild the second temple. After the Babylonian captivity. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm nuts on that. It was after. You're right. After.
Okay.
Yeah. I was totally weird on that one. I don't know why I was thinking that. No wonder I had you confused. I thought you had me confused, but really I had you confused. Right. No. So he came out of Babylon, which was after this, much later. So I was saying that backwards for some reason. Okay. Did I have anybody else confused besides myself?
You talk like me, Mark. I was straight on with you. I knew exactly what you meant, but not everybody understands me either.
All right. I mean, he did, in some of his actions were sort of priestly, but he wasn't a priest. And that's probably why a lot of people get confused, because he did, some of his actions were priestly, but he was not a priest. Okay. Any comments, thoughts, or questions? Numbers 27. All right. Who wants to read 28? 28. This is more about rehashing the appointed times and the sacrificial offerings that was already instilled, but getting ready to rehash them to emphasize them to the new generation, the 601,030 that are going in there, that they still have to do them. It's because they're going across in the Jordan into the promised land doesn't nullify them. They still have to do them. Same as the old generation had to. All right. Now go ahead, Joe.
28. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, command the children of Israel, and you shall say to them, take heed to bring my offering, my food for my offerings made by fire as a sweet fragrance to me at their appointed time. And you shall say to them, this is the offering made by fire which you bring to Yahuwah. 2 male lambs, a year old, perfect ones, daily, a continual burnt offering. The one lamb you prepare in the morning, and the other lamb you prepare between the evenings. with 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering mixed with 1/4 of a hin of pressed oil, a continual burnt offering, excuse me, which was offered at Mount Sinai for a sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, and its drink offering, 1/4 of a hin of each lamb. Pour out the drink to Yahuwah as an offering in the set apart place. And the other lamb you prepare between the evenings. As the morning grain offering and its drink offering, you prepare it as an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so 1 through 8 here is about the daily offering. Okay, so verse 1 through 8, daily offerings. What was the purpose of a daily offering? What did it symbolize? What was the purpose of a daily offering? What did it symbolize? Ross?
Was it to get people used to doing the offerings and used to worshiping and used to not being into Mitzrayim? No? Okay.
No, not quite. Sort, I mean, you're not way off. I'm just saying it's not really what it was. The intentions of it was. So why was there a daily offering? What was the purpose? June, you know?
I was thinking it was like the daily relationship of praise with Yahuwah, offering up gifts of praise to him.
Yeah. And so it would be representing the unbroken relationship with Yahuwah, right? And so a continual, unbroken relationship with Yahuwah. That's what the daily offering was. It was offered in the morning and at night or twilight with grain and wine in a lamb. And it represented a constant, unbroken, continual relationship to Yahuwah, with Yahuwah. Ross?
So our prayers to the Father Yahuwah in the morning, thanking him for us, and then the evening, that's the continuous, unbroken relationship with the Father Yahuwah.
Yes. And then Daniel did 3 times, didn't he? He added one in the afternoon. So was there something wrong with that? Was that disobedience for Daniel to do it 3 times instead of twice? Was he wrong doing that? Since Yahuwah instructed him to do it twice, not 3 times? Was it? No, there was nothing wrong with that. Why? Because it represented continuity. That's why. So you could have did it 10 times and it wouldn't have mattered. It represented continuity, continuality. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was thinking about being watchmen, and we watch day and night. So it's kind of like that. That's what he was training them to be watchmen, to watch day and night. The first watch, second watch, third watch. Daniel was a man. It said that Daniel was much appreciated. When Gabriel told Daniel, he was much appreciated. That's a blessing, to be much appreciated by the one that gives you everything and allow you to do it. For him to come in that you are much appreciated when Yahuwah is, that was amazing to me.
Yeah, Daniel is an amazing figure because of his continual, unbroken relationship with Yahuwah through his 3 times a day prayer, but never ever seeing Yahuwah or hearing Yahuwah's voice, but yet serving him like that. I mean, he never skipped a day, did he? Never.
He always esteemed Yahuwah. That was his goal, was to esteem Yahuwah. Like Yahusha was saying, he didn't speak things for himself. He speak what the Father has spoken to him. And without having been spoken to, Daniel exhibited esteeming Yahuwah at all times.
Yeah, every single day. 3 times a day, every single day. And then what happened, Yahuwah tested him, didn't he? He even put it up, made a law that you weren't allowed to do it. And he still did it. Yeah. So I can just imagine Yahuwah saying, let me see if Daniel going to quit doing that if his life's on the line. Right? It's crazy. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Verse 1 through 8, daily offerings. This was continuous, man. This never stopped. 365. Didn't stop on no Sabbath, didn't stop for nothing. It just every day, no matter what day it was, they had to do the daily offering. All right. It's called, a lot of times in scripture, you see it references continual offering. So if you see it says continual offering, that's what it's talking about. It's this daily offering. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, June, let's read further on.
28:9.
I mean, Joan.
It's okay.
Hey, we're one.
Hey,
we answer.
That's right. We're real close.
All right, I'll call you both June then from now on.
June and July. And on the Yom Sabbath, 2 lambs, a year old, perfect ones, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering, mixed with oil, with its drink offering, the burnt offering for every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering with its drink offering.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here in verse 9 and 10 is what? What's this describing? 1 through 8 is the daily offerings. So what's 9 and 10? Huh?
The weekly.
The what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand.
Sandra?
It's okay. He can go. I can wait.
He said weekly.
We were probably going to say the same thing.
He went. He said weekly. Well, you
Yeah.
said. Yeah,
the appointed time, the weekly Shabbat offering. They have 7 days.
I guess I'll buy that. Best to call it the Sabbath offering now.
The Shabbat offering.
It's the Shabbat offering. And so this Shabbat offering required cooking, didn't it? I thought we weren't allowed to cook on the Shabbat. Pretty sure somebody told me that. Yeah, this definitely required cooking. The burnt offering for every Shabbat, besides the continual burnt offering, which is the daily offering with its drink offering. So even though when Shabbat came, they had a Shabbat offering every Shabbat, it was on top of the daily offering, had to continue. They still had to do that one. Everybody seeing that? Ross?
Yeah, it symbolized the feeding, because Yahuwah likes to smell the sweet, savory smells. And that's I believe, what it was also done for, and that's why it was allowed, because it was for Yahuwah, not for us. It was for us in a way because we're giving it to the Father.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Don't really say that, but that could be. I mean, it's, the thing we need to see here the most, it's not that they were cooking on the Sabbath, but that this was a double offering. Every Shabbat was a double offering. The daily offering and the Shabbat offering. It continued. So there was a double offering every Shabbat. That's the thing that we need to see. Everybody with me on that one? Okay. All right, Joe, let's continue on then.
28:11. And on the beginnings of your months, you bring near a burnt offering to Yahuwah. 2 young bulls and 1 ram, and 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones. 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering, mixed with oil for each bull. 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering, mixed with oil for the 1 ram, and 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for each lamb, as a burnt offering of sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And their drink offering is half a hin of wine for a bull, and 1/3 of a hin for a ram, and 1/4 of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering for each month throughout the months of the year. And 1 male goat as a sin offering to Yahuwah is prepared, besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And in the first month, on the 14th Yom, is the Passover of Yahuwah. And on the 15th Yom of this month is a festival.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on a moment. Okay. So 11 through 15 is what? Verse 11 through verse 15 is what? What type of offering is it? Sandra?
The first of the month offering of each month.
Yeah, it's a monthly offering, right? And it happened on the first day of each month.
So is this sort of like set apart times too?
Not yet. So far, it's the daily offering, the Shabbat offering, and now the new moon offering.
But they are set apart for that purpose. For the new moon, for the Shabbat, and for the daily. These are all his appointments.
They're not the 7 appointed times, no, but yeah, they are appointed times, yes. Go ahead, Talitha.
So all of these offerings, like, is this still happening then in Israel? Every daily and the monthly?
No, they're not doing that as far as I know, they're not.
So then what would be the reason that they wouldn't be doing it anymore?
There's no temple.
Oh, okay. Okay, because for us it's because of Yahusha, but if they don't recognize Yahusha, then
This is what the red heifer thing's all about. Okay, they need to purify Israel before they can be. Yahuwah won't accept their offerings if they're not purified. That's what the red heifer is all about. Go ahead, Ross.
Doesn't it say it's a continual offering, though?
The daily is, yes.
And the monthly is not a continual? I thought it was a continual. Everything is a continual, just like...
Well, it continues every month, yeah. But not every... It's not continual where it never goes out. You know, it goes out until the next month. Continual never goes out. It's not allowed to stop.
Yeah, but continual can be also in a pattern of every 28 days or every, the first of the month.
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. But it goes out. It doesn't continue. But it does come every month. Yes. Go ahead, Sandra.
It kind of makes me think about the Malachim that are talked about in Revelations, how they are praising Yahuwah both day and night, because now we'll be in the Mishkan. We give him the offering of praise day and night
All right.
in our temple, because it says that our Mishkan, we're supposed to honor him in our bodies and in our Ruach. Day and night, we are praising and honoring him.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's what the book of Adam and Kua says, that they were praising him day and night, just like the Malachim, but he said, now our lips are changed, their flesh. Yeah. So, yeah. But anyway, monthly offering on the first day of each month was an additional sacrifice on top of the daily offering, on top of the weekly offering. And now there's a monthly offering, a Shabbat offering, and now a new moon offering, if you will. So daily offering, morning and at night, twilight, a Shabbat offering every Shabbat, and a monthly offering every new moon, every first day of the month. Okay? Everybody on board? Choo-choo train. All right. All right, Joe. Let's go ahead and start with 16 there, will you?
28:16. And in the first month, on the 14th Yom, is the Passover of Yahuwah. And on the 15th Yom of this month is a festival. For 7 Yom unleavened bread is eaten. On the first Yom is a set apart migra. You do no several work. And you shall bring near an offering made by fire as a burnt offering to Yahuwah. 2 young bulls and 1 ram and 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones they are for you, and their grain offering, fine flour mixed with oil. Prepare 3/10 of an ephah for a bull and 2/10 for a ram. Prepare 1/10 of an ephah for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 goat as a sin offering to make atonement for you. Prepare these besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. According to these, you are to prepare the food of the offering made by fire daily for 7 yaman as a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. It is prepared besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 7th yom, you have a Kodesh Magwa. You do no several work. And on the yom of the first fruits, when you bring a new grain offering to Yahuwah at your festival of weeks, you do have a Kodesh Magwa. You do no several work. And you shall bring near a burnt offering as a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 lambs a year old, with their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah of each bull, for each bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, 1 male goat to make atonement for you. Perfect ones they are for you. Prepare them with their drink offerings, besides the continual burnt offering with its grain offering.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. All right. So here we see the festivals, right? Of Passover, unleavened bread, and first fruits. And their offerings. So when these come up, they have to add their additional as well. And look at 31. Perfect ones they are for you. Prepare them with your drink offerings besides the continual burnt offering with its grain offering. What's that mean? Besides the continual burnt offering. What is that? What's a continual burnt offering? What is that? Anybody know? Okay, so that's Sandra.
Is the continual burnt offering the daily offering? And this one here is the, I'm not sure which feast this is. This is talking about, talking about Bikram, first fruits.
Yeah.
And then Yom Kippur is the atonement.
It isn't talking about that yet.
Not
So
talking
far,
about
it's talking about the Passover, unleavened bread, first fruits, and the continual burnt offering, which is, like you
a
said, the
shadow,
daily offering.
shadow of
Okay.
the appointed times.
Well, now here's what I'm going to ask you. Just say we're in the week of Passover, Passat, and which includes all of these. And the Shabbat comes within this week of festival. Were they supposed to do all these offerings, plus the weekly offering, plus the daily offering, the continual offering, and say all within that same week? Ross?
Yes, because it's continual.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they had to. Okay. So thanks, Joe. Very good. Any questions about that? Chapter 28. So what was the purpose here? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of this sacrificial system laid out here? Seems like a lot of work to me. So what's the purpose? Chance?
Teach us, remind us, and bring into remembrance. All these, that's what it comes to me, you know. Reminding us what Yahuwah did, you know, teaching us to keep them. And to praise Yahuwah behind it for all that he's done for us, you know.
Right. Yeah, the pleasing aroma represented accepted worship by Yahuwah. But yeah. And so basically the purpose was to remind them of their obligation, their obligations to Yahuwah and to the covenant, right? And to maintain their consistent devotion. Right?
Could you imagine all the slaughtering that had to go on for these? Like, man, that is a lot.
That's a lot.
A lot to imagine if that was for today. We would be, you know, that is a lot. A lot. You know, Yahuwah was really teaching us. He was really he's putting that in our DNA, if you want to say that. He was really putting it in there, you know. He was teaching us on a high level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely wore them out. That's for sure. Anything else? Go ahead, Ross.
What comes to mind is just how much the Father gives us. You know, every day we wake up, we, you know, the good and the bad we get, we're supposed to thank him for it, everything. And so, but he gives us everything. We can't rely on anything but for the Father Yahuwah.
Yeah. Well, it all cultivates with Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
Within Yahusha sacrifice, everything, you know, it just engulfed all of it. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 29. Sandra? 28.
Well, I was kind of wondering if also these offerings is sort of like a type of, he said when Yahushua was here, he said the true worshipers of Yahuwah worship him in Ruach and in truth. So that's what I'm kind of seeing through him training them in these ceremonies to really, really worship him, how we can really worship him. But that was before the middle wall, or before the veil had been taken down. This was their way until it was fulfilled in the 4,000 millennium.
Yeah. Okay. So when Yahushua inaugurated the new covenant, why do you think Yahuwah allowed the second temple to be demolished? What was the purpose in that? It didn't happen until Yahushua inaugurated the new covenant. Then it happened. So why? Why did Yahuwah allow such a thing? Chance?
Because we are in Yahusha. We are his body. We are his dwelling place now. We are immersed into Yahusha, one body. We're the mashkan of Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the people that would enter into the new covenant would become the temple rather than the temple made with hands, right? You have a new temple made without hands, right? And so do you suppose, go ahead, Ross.
Well, I was thinking that it was also a test to see if they would still continually worship him. You know, because they could still do offerings even if it wasn't in the temple, to see if they would still give the Father his esteem that he deserved.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking along them lines too, that maybe after he inaugurated the new covenant, they continued in the old covenant, and so he blew it up, so they couldn't do it anymore. Talita? Talitha, did you have your hand up? No? Chance?
Interestingly enough, that verse in Yehukanan where he says you worship Yahuwah in Ruah and in truth, we are connected to Yahuwah through one Ruah now, you know? So we have to worship in truth because we are connected to Yahuwah through that one Ruah. So when we worship Yahuwah and Ruah in truth, you are connected to Yahuwah. Wow, hallelujah. That is something else there, man. Wow. Hallelujah.
Can somebody answer this question? Who wants to answer that? Who wants to answer Joey's question? Are we supposed to still be doing these new moon offerings? Ross?
When Yahusha was unalived on the stake, that we didn't have to do the blood offerings anymore, as far as I know. That took away all of the having to sacrifice the animals, because the animals didn't do what Yahusha did. Yahusha is the offering.
Yeah. Chance?
Yeah, Yahusha is the high priest according to the order of Melchizedek. So Yahusha is the intercessor and does these offerings for us. He's the high priest. So we're not slaughtering any more animals. He's the priest forever.
Yeah, there's no more need to kill innocent animals. Yahusha engulfed all this, all these sacrifices, all of them. So besides that, there's no temple in Jerusalem to bring these sacrifices to. But the main thought here is that Yahusha was our permanent sacrifice, our one-time permanent sacrifice for sin, guilt and sin. And we don't have to do anymore. His was permanent. It worked. These never really even worked, really. These were all for unintentional sin, most of them. But so, the question comes up, well, should we be doing the 7 appointed times? Since Yahusha came and fulfilled the first 4, the answer would be no, not really. But since 3 of them are unfulfilled, they're still alive. So that means, yeah, we do. The old priesthood is gone, at least nearly gone. There's no temple, so we don't have to do animal sacrifices. Yahusha blood, it was our permanent one-time sacrifice. But for the appointed times are not fulfilled yet. 3 of them remain open. They will not be fulfilled till his second coming. So therefore, we need to continue with the festivals. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't the killing of the flesh daily, isn't that an offering? Just like he was unalived, isn't that a form of a sacrifice?
Yeah.
Because we're getting rid of the world out of us.
Yeah, it is.
So
And
yeah, I've been
of the lips, the lips, the bull of the lips, right? As well. When you praise him. Now, the other curveball is that the 3 festivals, the 3 feasts, that men 20 years old and older are supposed to migrate into Jerusalem to do, are Passover, Shabbath, and Tabernacles. 2 of those are fulfilled, except for the last one. And we can't really do that because there's no temple. So it's kind of hard to do that. So the question comes up, should we do it where we're at? No. A lot of people question that. Any more thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
I remember reading in the Word, he said, "He who does these shall live by them." So if you reject Yahusha, the offering, you're going to have to live out all these slaughterings. You're going to have to live by these. And doesn't it say that somewhere in there? He who does these shall live by them. So,
yeah,
and if you think about it, you're rejecting Yahusha, your salvation behind that too. So that's really dangerous. We got to be careful there.
So what it really means is, if you're going to live in the flesh, you're going to live in the flesh. You can't live in the spirit and truth if you're going to live in the flesh. So this is all spiritual purification, spiritual cleansing we're talking here. It goes up and beyond the old priesthood. The old priesthood was fleshly, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Well, thanks for that, Mark, man. That really just hit me hard when you said that. Appreciate that. The old priesthood is fleshy. It is fleshy. You're right. Now I'm seeing it at a much higher perspective. Appreciate that. You just had to say the right thing, didn't you?
Just give all the esteem to Yahushua. you knew what you needed to hear, I guess. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Who wants to read 29? This gives details about some more specific sacrifice offerings for the 7th month. Trumpets, atonement, tabernacles. And then there is a final offering. And we'll talk about that when we get there. Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Talita.
We're on 29, you said?
Yes, 29.
And in the 7th moon, on the 1st yom of the moon, you have a Kodesh Mikra. You do no servile work. It is a yom of blowing the trumpets for you. And you shall prepare a burnt offering as a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 male goat as a sin offering, to make atonement for you. Besides the burnt offering with its grain offering for the new moon, the continual burnt offering with its grain offering, and their drink offerings, according to their right ruling, as a sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And on the 10th yom of this 7th moon, you have a set apart mikra, and you shall afflict your beings. You do no work. And you shall bring near a burnt offering to Yahuwah, a sweet fragrance, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones. They are for you. And their grain offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, 1 male goat as a sin offering, besides the sin offering for atonement, the continual burnt offering with its grain offering, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th yom of the 7th moon, you have a Kodesh Mikra. You do no servile work. And you shall observe a festival to Yahuwah 7 yomim. And you shall bring near a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones they are, and their grain offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of the 14 lambs, and 1 male goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. Then, on the 2nd yom, 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by their number according to the right ruling. And 1 male goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd yom, 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bull, for the rams, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling. And 1 goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. Then on the 4th yom, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling, and 1 male goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. Then, on the 5th yom, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling, and 1 goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. Then on the 6th yom, 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling, and 1 goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. Then on the 7th yom, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling, and 1 goat as a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th yom, you have an assembly. You do no servile work. And you shall bring near a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones. Their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs by their number, according to the right ruling, and 1 goat as a sin offering besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. These you prepare to Yahuwah at your appointed times, besides your vowed offerings, and your voluntary offerings, and your burnt offerings, and your grain offerings, as your drink offerings, and your peace offerings. And Musha spoke to the children of Yasharel, according to all Yahuwah had commanded Musha.
Thank y'all. Okay, so what was this all about? What's this chapter talking about? Okay, so obviously it's talking about the 3 winter festivals: trumpets, kafar, and booths. And look at all the sacrificing going on here, especially during tabernacles every single day, leading up to the final offering. Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, so as I was reading, I was thinking like, oh wow, it's just like the same thing that I'm reading over and over again. But now that I'm looking back, it's actually like a countdown. The ones that are daily, it's a countdown because it starts with the 13, at least for the bulls, the 13 bulls.
Right.
And then it counts down. Each day is 1 less bull until the 8th day, which is 1 bull. Wait. No, it goes to the 7th. It counts down to 7, and then it goes to the 1 bull. So anyway, I'm not really sure why. I just noticed that. It goes from the 13th to the 7th, and then on the 8th day, it's 1 bull.
Right.
But everything else is the same. The ram, it's the ram.
The 1 ram on the 8th day is 1 ram.
Except for the 8th day, sorry. But everything, the other days are all 2 rams and 14 lambs.
Right.
But the bulls, they count down as each day goes.
The bull counts down.
Waiting for the 8th day, basically.
Right. Okay. So That's, you know, that's a lot of guessing on why that is, I suppose. But obviously, it's winding down. It shows that the heading toward the closure of the festival. But what's the final offering here about, Roz?
Yahusha. It winds down and it's only him that saves.
Yeah, notice that it says in 39, it talks about all of these. One goat for sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, the daily offering with its grain and drink offerings, and then besides your vowed offerings, which they could volunteer an offering, right? So they could bring their own offering as a volunteer offering, right? Like Daniel did when he offered a volunteer prayer, at noon. And your volunteer offering and your burnt offering, your grain offering, your drink offering, and your peace offering covers all of them. See that? So everything's packed together in this eighth day. For what purpose? Is everything packed together into this one offering? What Ross just said. All right. Now, this being tabernacles, it doesn't really mention making a booth, does it? It just talks about the offerings. Can any of these offerings be done now on tabernacles? Look how they're all, it's very clear what they're doing on each day of tabernacles, but it doesn't mention being in the booth, does it? So can any of these daily offerings be done today if we're celebrating the tabernacles, 7 day of tabernacles? No, they're all gone. Why? Because of go ahead, Ross.
Because of Yahusha.
Yeah, because of the final offering. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Go ahead, Talita.
Well, and also I was going to say, also there's no temple, which is where you would be doing all of these. No,
there's no temple, but going back to what you were saying, which was very observative, by the way, that the bulls started reducing each day, right? So when we go back down to the final offering, look what happens. There's only one final offering, and that's Yahusha. You see that? So they're all eliminated. Notice something truly amazing here, and that is that each of the seventh days equate to the 7 days of creation, or the 7 millenniums of flesh. So then the eighth day, which only has one sacrifice, which is Yahusha, is the only thing that goes into eternity, because the eighth day represents eternity and the immortality. That's why we don't stay in our booths on the eighth day. To stay in your booth on the eighth day would be suggesting you stay in your flesh or in your grave in eternity. That's why you don't stay in that booth on the eighth day. You come out of it and leave it alone. And it's a celebration of immortality with only one bull. You see it? Go ahead, Talita.
yeah. So it ends up being one bull, one ram, and then the 7 lambs. But often the number 7 comes up like in relation to Yahusha also. So,
Completion. Yeah.
so that's
Perfection and completion of the sacrifices in the one ram, in the one bull, in the Hebrew mindset. Everybody following along with that? I mean, that's great insight for sure. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Y'all want to be here? Y'all like being with Yahusha?
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to read chapter 30? Joe, you want to read?
Yes, sir. I'll do it. 30. And Musha spoke to the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the word which Yahuwah has commanded. When a man vows a vow to Yahuwah or swears an oath to bind himself by some agreement, he does not break his word. He does according to all that comes out of his mouth. Or if an Asha vows a vow to Yahuwah and binds herself by some agreement while in her father's house in her youth, and her father hears her vow and the agreement by which she was bound, which she has bound herself, and her father has kept silence toward her, then all her vows shall stand, and every agreement with which she has bound herself stands. But if her father forbids her on the yom that he hears, then none of her vows nor her agreements by which she has bound herself stand. And Yahuwah pardons her because her father has forbidden her. But if she at all belongs to a husband while bound by her vows or by a rash utterance from her lips by which she bound herself, and her husband hears it, and he has kept silence toward her on the yom that he hears, then her vows shall stand, and her agreements by which she bound herself do stand. But if her husband forbids her on the yom that he hears it, then he has nullified her vow which she vowed, and the rash utterance by her lips which she bound herself, and Yahuwah pardons her. But any vow of a widow or a divorced Asha by which she has bound herself stands against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house or bound herself by an agreement with an oath, and her husband heard it and has kept silent toward her and did not forbid her, then all her vows shall stand, and every agreement by which she bound herself stands. But if her husband clearly nullified them on the yom he heard them, then whatever came from her lips concerning her vows or concerning the agreement binding her, it does not stand. Her husband has nullified them, and Yahuwah pardons her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict her being, let her husband confirm it, or let her husband nullify it. But if her husband is altogether silent at her from yom to yom, then he confirms all her vows or all the agreements that bind her. He confirms them because he kept silent toward her on the yom that he heard. But if he nullifies them after he has heard, then he shall bear her crookedness. These are the laws which Yahuwah commanded Musha between a man and his Asha, and between a father and his daughter in her youth in her father's house.
All right, Joe, thanks. Okay, so this is basically, this chapter 30 here is basically detailing the laws about vows and oaths made to Yahuwah. And pretty much emphasizes the importance of integrity, accountability, and for somebody being true to their word. You know, the words that come out of their mouth, what they say, you're held liable. So there's absolute binding in your words. So apparently Yahuwah doesn't like people when they break their word. If you say it, he wants you to fulfill it completely. So keep that in mind as you go through life. And so these seem to be being highlighted as being voluntary. They're not commands, but voluntary vows here, and but nonetheless very serious, and to the point where your inner man is held liable, binding the being. So it's very interesting that unmarried girls' fathers can veto their vows when they first hear it, and even with their wife. The married women, the husband has the right to nullify her vow upon hearing her say it when he first hears about it. But if he remains silent about it, it sticks. And so a widow or divorced woman here is not the case. Whatever they vow, they're responsible for it because they're in charge of their own vows, their own obligations in life here. I find that interesting that a father or husband can nullify a woman's vows. 13, every vow and every binding oath to afflict her being. Let her husband confirm it or let her husband nullify it. Pretty wild. So what's this in context? What's this chapter about? What's the deal here? Ross?
Mean what you say and say what you mean.
Pretty much, yeah. Watch your mouth, right? Watch what you say. Watch what you promise. Now I hear people all the time, I promise I'll do this, I promise, and they don't. You know why? Because today's society has a reverse view here of scriptures. They view promises are only binding if it's convenient for the person who made the vow, releasing them of their word. So I guess your word's trash. It means nothing nowadays. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, I also feel like it's an interesting chapter, like for a woman, because it also gives you, as a woman, like I always wondered, like, if your husband didn't believe in Yahusha and didn't believe in this stuff, like, does that mean you're supposed to, like, maybe that gives a reason for like divorcing or something like this? But when you read this, it doesn't, and Yahuwah will pardon you if your husband nullifies the vow. But so it shows like an importance of still not that as a woman you still have those beliefs, and that's still a good thing, right? And I mean, there's another scripture too that says basically a man can be saved by the fact that the wife believes, which I don't remember where that's
the first Corinthians thing.
Yeah. So, it just shows like for a woman or a wife or a daughter, it shows the importance of still like sticking with Yahuwah and that belief, no matter what, even if, there's still an importance, even if your husband nullifies that, there's still something there, like, I don't know, because you're still pardoned because of it.
Yeah, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of fascinating that they have to be in agreement, So it's either the husband agrees with her vow, don't say nothing, and so it stands, or he disagrees with it, and then he nullifies it, and Yahuwah pardons her, doesn't hold her liable for the vow because the two are not in agreement. Let's see this, even going back to Adam and Kua. It makes me wonder if Adam would have refused her, that would Yahuwah have pardoned her if Adam was not in agreement? So he must have been in agreement for it to stand. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just takes me there. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance?
Something that Shaul always said is let your yeses be yes and let your no's be no. You know, mean what you say, kind of like what Roslyn was saying. And I remember when Yahusha, he said, don't swear by the Shemaim nor by the Aretz, because the Shemaim is Elua's throne, and the Aretz is his footstool, nor by your own head, because you can't change the color of your hair. So let your yeses be yes and your no's be no. And if we represent Yahuwah, we have to stand firm and hold on to that, you know, because Yahuwah can't lie. It's impossible for Yahuwah to lie. So if we represent Yahuwah, we can't be over here saying, yes, you're going to do something and not do it, you know. So I think back at just bearing the name of Yahuwah, that we ought to make our yeses be yes and our no's be no.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on that chapter? Interesting chapter. Who wants to read 31? Ross, got a question?
Yeah, I've got a question. The only time I would think that a man would say no to Yahuwah over a vow would be if they were not of Yahuwah. I can't see a man of Yahuwah saying that the wife couldn't do it.
It would depend largely on what the vow was. You know, I mean, what if she, say, vowed her first 3 born children or something to, you know, into slavery or something? They'd be, oh, you ain't doing that. You know what I mean? It was something kooky, you know.
Well, look at Hannah. She vowed her first child that she had never had any children, and she vowed that one to Yahuwah to live as a priest.
Yeah. Was the husband in agreement to it?
I don't think it said, did it? But he would have to be, I guess.
Must have been, yeah. It must have been. Yeah, I mean, it would, you know, I mean, really, this largely depends on what the vow was, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things somebody can vow that doesn't just influence them. You know, maybe it influences other people too. And then maybe the husband said, I ain't doing that. I never agreed to that. You know, I nullify that. You didn't even talk to me about that. So, I mean, it could be a lot of things. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, give me a reader for 31. This is a kind of a wild chapter here. This kind of Yahuwah commands the Israelites to take vengeance on the meeting nights for leading them into idolatry. Baal Peor. Who are the Midianites? Tell me a famous Midianite. Ross?
Moshe's father-in-law, wasn't it? He was a
Yeah.
Midianite.
That's right. Correct. Okay, so who wants to read this one? Jim, go ahead.
And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, take vengeance for the children of Yisrael on the Midianites. After that, you are to be gathered to your people. And Musha spoke to the people, saying, arm some of yourselves for the campaign, and let them go against the Midianites to take vengeance for Yahuwah on Midian. Send 1,000 from each tribe of all the tribes of Yasharel for the campaign. So there were supplied from the tribes of Yasharel 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed ones for the campaign. And Musha sent them on the campaign, 1,000 from each tribe, them and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, on the campaign, with the set-apart utensils and the trumpets for sounding in his hand. And they fought against the Midianites as Yahuwah commanded Musha, and slew all the males. And they slew the sovereigns of Midian with the rest of those who were pierced, Eui and Rechem and Zur, Kur and Reba, the 5 sovereigns of Midian. And they slew Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. And the sons of Yasharel took all the women of Midian captive with their little ones, and took as spoil all their livestock and all their possessions. And they burned with fire all the cities where they dwelt and all their settlements. And they took all the spoil and all the booty, both of man and beast. And they brought the captives and the booty and the spoil to Musha and to Alzar the priest, and to the congregation of the children of Yasharel, to the camp in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho. And Musha and Eleazar the priest and all the leaders of the congregation went to meet them outside the camp. But Musha was wroth with the officers of the army, with the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds who had come from the campaign. And Musha said to them, have you kept all the women alive? Look, they are the ones who caused the children of Yasharel through the word of Balaam to trespass against Yahuwah in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the congregation of Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so wow, huh? All right, so back up here in 7 and 8. They killed all the males, and anyone who was pierced, they slew the 5 kings of Midian, and slew Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword. Who was that? Talita, go ahead.
Sorry, I know you said it at the beginning, but somehow I kind of blanked out. Who are the Midianites, did you say?
Oh, I asked who a famous Midianite was, and Ross said it was Moses' father-in-law was a Midian.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay.
So his first wife would have been a Midian as well. And his second wife was a Cushite woman, which would have been from Africa, a dark-skinned woman. Mm-hmm. Remember when we were talking about that a couple weeks back? And somebody was bringing up replacement theology. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was going to let us know that Keturah, Abraham's other Asha,
Yeah.
Midian was one of her sons.
She named her
Yeah.
son Midian.
His name was Midian. It was in Barashit 25, verse 1 and 2. Abraham took another Asher, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimron, Yakshan, Medan, Midian, Yishbak, and Shuach.
Who was it?
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham. Yeah.
That was his second Asher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be. That's where the Midianites came from.
That's where the Midianites came from.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Also, okay.
Okay, so
a famous person, Balaam from Peor, isn't that Balak and Peor that plotted against? They're getting ready to plot against Israel.
Yeah, that's what we were reading about last week. Remember?
They plotted against Israel.
Yeah, so here he is again now. They slew him. He was found with the Medians, and he was slaughtered with them. And so this right here, verse 8, is the end of the life of the one who was motivated by greed and selfish ambitions. Right there. Look at 2 Timothy. Go to 2 Timothy real quick. Um, 4:3, 2 Timothy 4:3. For there shall be a time when they shall not bear sound teaching, but according to their own desires they shall heap up for themselves teachers tickling the ear, and they shall indeed turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths. And take a look at Jude 1:11. Woe to them, because they have gone the way of Cain, and gave themselves to delusion of Balaam for reward, and perished in the rebellion of Korach. Okay, so there we go. This all goes along with what's going on back here in Numbers, and so you can see it's carried over and through continuity into the Common Era. Everybody following along? All right.
So, Brother Mark, that Cain, is that's not the same Cain as that perished in the flood, is it? That he's referring to here in Yehuda. Because there's more than one. There's a different Cain. I was noticing.
I thought it was Cain myself, but who do you think it is?
If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to think. There's a different Cain, and I can't remember who he's. I think you'll find it in First Chronicles about the other Cain. There was more than one Cain, because all the descendants of Cain, they perished in the flood. didn't they? Habal's brother, they perished in the flood, didn't they?
Well, as far as we know, yeah.
So which Cain is he talking about?
Well, that's what I thought it was. I mean, I might be wrong.
I wonder. Keturah. Cain.
You know, what really stands out here with this is that Israel suffered 0 casualties in this war.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like that. Going to battle and one side suffers 0 casualties. I mean, wow.
Hey, Mark, what was that verse that you read where it said he don't go after the way of Cain? What was it?
That was Jude 1:11.
What did it say?
Go ahead and read it. Jude 1:11.
What page?
It's right after John. Immediately after John.
Well, the reason I'm asking is right here in 1 Yehukanan, it says, not as Cain, who was of the wicked one and killed his brother. And why did he kill him? Because his works were wicked, but those of his brother were righteous. So when you said gone after the way of Cain, it's going after the way of the wicked. You know what
Where
I
you
mean?
see that at?
1 Yehukanan, chapter 3, verse 12.
Let me look at that. That sounds interesting. First Yehukanan what?
Yeah, 1 Yehukanan, chapter 3, verse
12.
12.
Not as Cain, who was the wicked one and killed his brother. See, that would be Cain and Abel. That's why I thought that that's what this meant. Woe to them because they have gone in the way of Cain, murdering the brother, and gave themselves to delusion of Balaam for a reward and perished in their being of Karak, which would have been just like it said back over here in Numbers. Let me get back to it. So it says, and they slew Balaam, son of Boyar, with the sword, which is, and the ending of the life of Balaam here, who was motivated by greed and his selfish ambitions. Yeah, so he was delusional. See, he had to be, because he knew that he couldn't curse what Yahuwah has blessed, or neither could he bless what Yahuwah has cursed. And so for him to continue to make attempts, hang out with this Median king, he must have been delusional. He had to be. Right? So see, Sandra, that's what I'm saying. I always thought it was Cain, but I mean, unless you can come up with something else, I don't know any other Cain in there myself. Did you say you found one, Sandra? Did you find somebody else named Cain?
Seemed like I found another descendant named Cain, but I can't find the scripture right now.
Oh.
I was looking for the scripture that
mean,
someone else was named Cain, because the reason why I was thinking that was because I thought that Cain and his descendants perished in the flood.
Well, not maybe. We don't know that for sure. I mean, there's always second genes, who knows where the 3 wives were from, 4 wives were from.
Right. I don't know. I'd have to run up on the scripture again to really.
I'm going to look it up for you. Hang on. No, there's only one. There's only one prominent individual named Cain in the scriptures, firstborn of Adam and Kua. His name appears 20 times. The name almost exclusively refers to the same person or his lineage.
Say exclusively? Okay.
That's what it says. It says sometimes the Canaanites are believed to be descendants of Cain. But I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, that's a totally different spelling.
Those are descendants of Ham, the Canaanites.
Yeah.
Those Ham's grandson.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's what it says, but I don't know if I agree with that. But anyway.
Oh, I don't know. I don't either.
You know what I mean? Canaanites, Cain. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but you never know. Maybe they are. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments?
That's why he said don't worry about genealogies.
Probably. There is a genealogy for Cain now in scriptures. You know that, right? It does mention Cain's genealogy. Yeah.
It does.
Oh, yeah. Sure does. That would be in Genesis 4. Now look at Genesis 4. Genesis 4, 17 through 24. Read that. And Cain knew his Asha, and she conceived and bore Enoch, and he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And to Enoch was born Arad, and Arad brought forth Mahulah, and Mahulah brought forth Methushal, and Methushal brought forth Lamech, and Lamech took for himself 2 wives. And it goes on. So that's the genealogy of Cain. As for Zillah, she also bore Tubal Cain, a smith of all kinds of tools and bronze and iron, and the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah.
Did you say that was in chapter 4?
Yeah, 4:17 through 24.
Oh, okay, I see it.
So it does mention him. Go ahead, Roz.
Wasn't Tubal Cain the one that killed Nimrod?
Civil Cain?
Tubal Cain.
Oh, I don't know. Can you find that in scripture somewhere?
I will.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to read the 32?
We're not done 31 yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, 31 verse 17. And now slay every male among the little ones, and every Asha who has known a man by lying with a man you shall slay. But keep alive for yourselves all the female children who have not known a man by lying with a man. And you camp outside the camp 7 yomim. Whoever has slain any being and whoever has touched any slain, cleanse yourselves and your captives on the 3rd yom and on the 7th yom. And cleanse every garment and every object of leather and all the work of goat's hair and every object of wood. And Eleazar the priest said to the men of the campaign who went to the battle, This is the law of the Torah which Yahuwah commanded Moshe. Only the gold and the silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, and the lead, every object that passes through the fire, you put through the fire, and it shall be clean. Only let it be cleansed with the water for uncleanness. And whatever does not pass through fire, you pass through water. And you shall wash your garments on the seventh yom and be clean, and afterwards come into the camp. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, count up the plunder that was taken of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the fathers of the congregation. And you shall divide the plunder into 2 parts, between those who took part in the battle, who went out on the campaign, and all the congregation. And set aside a levy for Yahuwah on the men of battle who went out on the campaign, 1 out of every 500 of man, and of the cattle, and of the donkeys, and of the sheep. Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest as a contribution to Yahuwah. And from the children of Yasharel's half, you shall take 1 of every 50 of man, of the cattle, of the donkeys, and of the sheep, of all the livestock, and give them to the Luim, guarding the duty of the Mishkan of Yahuwah. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. And the booty remaining from the plunder which the people of the campaign had taken was 675,000 sheep and 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 human beings in all, of women who had not known a man by lying with a man. And the half, the portion for those who went out on the campaign, was in number 337,500 sheep, and the levy to Yahuwah of the sheep was 675. And the cattle were 36,000, of which the levy to Yahuwah was 72. And the donkeys were 30,500, of which the levy to Yahuwah was 61. And the human beings were 16,000, of which the levy to Yahuwah was 32 beings. So Moshe gave the levy, which was the contribution to Yahuwah, to Eleazar the priest, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. And from the children of Yasharel's half, which Moshe divided from the men who campaigned. Now the half belonging to the congregation was 337,500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, and 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 human beings. Then Moshe took from the children of Yasharel's half 1 out of every 50, drawn from man and beast, and gave them to the Luim, who guarded the duty of the Mishkan of Yahuwah, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. And the officers who were over thousands of the campaign, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, came near to Moshe, and they said to Moshe, your servants have taken account of the fighting men under our command, and not a man of us is missing. So we have brought an offering for Yahuwah, what every man found, of ornaments of gold, armlets and bracelets and signet rings and earrings and necklaces, to make atonement for ourselves before Yahuwah. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest received the gold from them, all the fashioned ornaments, and all the gold of the offering that they presented to Yahuwah from the commanders of the thousands and the commanders of the hundreds was 16,750 shekels. The men of the campaign had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest received the gold from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting as a remembrance for the children of Yasharel before Yahuwah.
All right. Thanks, June. Okay. So this pretty much talks about that battle. I mean, it's an amazing thing that nobody was hurt. So, any thoughts, comes or questions on it? Chapter 31.
There's a comment in from Den 3 here. It sounds like he's trying to answer one of the Rosalind's question
Where?
about the
Where?
when it says Den 3, when I think
Oh,
it was talking about Nimrod being
this one
shot.
here.
Yeah, it sounds like
Tubal Cain told his father to draw his bow, and with the arrows he smote Cain, who was yet far off, and he slew him. For he appeared to them to be an animal. Yeah, sure. I don't know what that's talking about, but I mean, there is the traditional view that Esau killed Nimrod, but there's no scriptural proof of that. I mean, apparently, I mean, go to Jasher. I mean, but this don't sound right. Let me see. Cain, Tubal Cain, told his father to draw his bow, and with the arrow he smote Cain. That should be Enoch, shouldn't it? I think he misquoted that. Sounds like a misquote to me. I'm not getting it. But I know there is traditional view because of something in Yasher that Esau killed Nimrod. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Who knows? There's nothing in the scriptures here that we're reading that says anything about how Nimrod died. Just says he was a mighty hunter. That's all it really says about him. So I guess you got to go to outside sources, but I don't
I
know.
thought Esau wasn't. I didn't think Esau was born during the time of Nimrod yet.
Well, let me see
That's
now.
what kind of confuses me with that part. I
Well,
don't think
apparently
they should
Nimrod
do.
was still alive, right? Because you had Babel, and Noah was still alive at Babel. You know, Noah was alive at Babel, and then Babel happened, and they all, you know, went in different directions because they were speaking different languages. All the different groups took off in different directions. And then I guess this is insinuating that Nimrod was still alive. I think people were still living to be pretty old back then. You know, I mean, Noah was still around when Babel happened. So apparently, Nimrod was still around, probably old at the time, getting old, and it was killed by Esau. Yeah, but I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying I know that rumor's out there, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it from the book of Jasher. I mean, but anyway,
Mark, that that book of Yasher is actually mentioned in the book of Yahusha.
oh yeah, it's mentioned.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's mentioned. Uh, that's when
Thank you.
when the sun stood still. It's mentioned. It's where it says it's mentioned in Yasher. But yeah, that's where that would be coming from. So. Um, any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 31? Ross? Can't hear ya.
Oh, I said, when I looked it up, I found that, well, it was Lamech. It was the same thing. And so thank you for whoever it was that had put it. Thank you.
Who wants to read 32? Chance, you want to read it?
Sure, I'll go for it. Bamidbar 32. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had much livestock, a large number, and they saw the land of Yazar, the land of Galid, and saw that the place was a place for livestock. So the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke to Masha and said to Eleazar the priest and to the leaders of the congregation, saying, Artaroth and Dibun and Yazar and Nimrah and Kashbon and Aliyah and Sabam and Nebu and Biun, and the land which Yahuwah had smitten before the congregation of Yashrael is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. And they said, If we have found favor in your eyes, let this land be given to your servants as a possession, and do not let us pass over the Yarden. And Masha said to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, Are your brothers to go into battle while you yourselves sit here? Now why do you discourage the heart of the children of Yashrael from passing over into the land which Yahuwah has given them? Thus your fathers did when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. And for when they went up to the Wadi Ashkul and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Yashrael, so that they did not go into the land which Yahuwah had given them. Then the displeasure of Yahuwah burned on that Yom, and he swore an oath, saying, Not one of them, the men who came up from Natsarim, from 20 years old and above, is to see the land of which I swore to Abraham, to Yazak, and to Jacob, because they did not follow me completely, except Caleb, son of Yaphunah, and Kenizlite, and Yahusha, son of Nun. For they have followed Yahuwah completely. So the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against Yashrael, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the eyes of Yahuwah was destroyed. And see, when you have risen in your father's place an increase of men, criminals, to add still more the burning displeasure of Yahuwah against Yashrael, for you turn away from following him, he shall once again leave him in the wilderness, and you shall destroy all these people. Then they came near to him and said, Let us build sheep enclosures here for our livestock, and cities for our little ones. But let us ourselves be armed, hastening before the children of Yashrael until we have brought them to their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the walled cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We shall not return to our homes until every one of the children of Yashrael has received his inheritance. For we shall not inherit with them on the other side of the Yarden and beyond, because our inheritance has fallen to us on this eastern side of the Yarden. And Masha said to them, If you make this promise, if you arm yourselves before Yahuwah for battle, and all your armed ones pass over the Yarden before Yahuwah until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land has been subdued before Yahuwah, then afterward you shall return and be guiltless before Yahuwah and before Yashrael. And his land shall be and this land shall be your possession before Yahuwah. And if you do not do so, then see, you shall commit crime against Yahuwah, and know your sin, your crime is going to find you out. Build cities for your little ones and enclosures for your sheep, and do what you have promised. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke to Masha, saying, your servants are going to do as my master commands. Our little ones, our wives and flocks, and all our livestock are going to be there in the cities of Gilead. But your servants are passing over, every armed one of the army before Yahuwah, to battle, as my master says. And Masha gave command concerning them to Eleazar the priest, to Yahusha son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Yashrael. And Masha said to them, if the children of Gad and the children of Reuben pass over the Jordan with you, every man armed for battle before Yahuwah, and the land has been subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead as a possession. But if they do not pass over armed with you, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. Then the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, as Yahuwah has said to your servants, so we do. We ourselves are passing over armed before Yahuwah in the land of Canaan, but the possession of our inheritance remains with us until us beyond the Jordan. So Masha gave to the children of Gad, to the children of Reuben, and to half of the tribe of Manasseh, son of Yosuf, the reign of Sekun, sovereign of the Amorites, and the reign of Og, sovereign of Bashan, and the land with its cities within the borders, the cities of the land around about. And the children of Gad built Dibun and Atruth and Ur and Atruth, Shofan and Azar and Yogbana and Beit Nimrah and Beit Haran, walled cities and enclosures for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Keshbon and Elah and Kiriuthim, Nebu, Balal, Maun, and names being changed, and Sheba. And they gave other names to the cities which they built. And the sons of Mechur, son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it, and dispossessed the Amorites who were within it. So Masha gave Galil and Mechur, sons of Manasseh, and he dwelt in it. And Yar, son of Masha, and Yar, son of Manasseh, went and took its small towns and called them Kauth, Yar, and Nobak. Went and took Kenneth and its villages, and he called it Nobak, and after his own name.
All righty. Thanks, Chance. Okay, so Gad and Reuben asked to keep the conquered land there of Gilead and Jazer because it was suitable for their vast livestock, and made Moses mad. But then he finally agreed to it and granted them the land, and they stayed there as long as they contributed to the army and to help conquer Canaan. So have they crossed over the Jordan yet? No, they have not. They have not crossed over yet. Any comments, thoughts, or questions on this chapter? Kind of amazing, isn't it? They haven't crossed over the Jordan yet, and all this has happened. Most people, I don't think they really realize that. But go ahead, Chance.
So in a passing over the Jordan in a spiritual sense, if they didn't pass over and their inheritance is outside of the Jordan, what do you think that has any higher spiritual?
Yeah. They wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. It means they remained in their flesh.
Man.
Never crossed over into the spiritual dimension where truth and love resides. Stayed in their flesh.
Because of livestock? No.
No, they,
Possessions.
yes, because really it's the world, isn't it? It's their possessions.
Wow.
Kept them from the spiritual world, crossing over out of the physical, fleshly world into the spiritual realm. So, yeah,
Wow.
I could see that. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on this one? Man. Oh, there it is. Trying to find y'all a map. Kind of shows that. Here it is. I'm going to share screen this real quick and we'll move on. Calm down, Speedy. Speedy and Slowpoke going nuts.
You know, brother Mark, I see all that big crew you got behind you. You're recruiting quite a bit of people.
That's Speedy. That's Speedy's fruit. Okay, so there it is. There's what happened. See here, so Reuben stayed over here, Gad stayed over here, and part of Manasseh took part of this up here. Manasseh on both sides of the fence. Manasseh riding the fence, lukewarm. So that's what they did. This was like grassland, probably, for should be an ideal for livestock, sheep and goats and stuff. Where this was more over here on the other side was mountainous, hilly, and then went down into the coastlands down here toward the sea. And then, of course, desert down over in here. Probably up in here, obviously, was deserty. But there it is. That's what it looked like when they were done. All righty.
Is this sort of like what Lot did to Abraham?
Not quite. Not quite. Lot chose the best for himself when given the choice. And look what it got him. Got him in a lot of trouble. Whereas here, they were happy with where they were because they had huge herds of livestock. And we don't need to go any farther, man. This is where we want to be. And Moses says, oh, no, you're going to cause division. You're going to cause problems. And so they said, look, man, we're not trying to get out of helping you guys conquer the promised land. We'll send more men than you guys will. That's not what we're doing. We're just saying this is ideal for us because we're herdsmen. We want to stay here. And so once Moses heard that, then he said, oh, okay, cool. As long as you're going to send troops, I'm good to go. But they were really in the promised land anyway. They just didn't know it. Just like we are. We're all in the presence of Yahuwah. We just don't know it. That's what the promised land is. It's the presence of Yahuwah. The wilderness is the flesh. They just don't know it. And they didn't know they were in the promised land, and neither do people that are in the flesh. They don't know they're in the presence of Yahuwah. But we all are. He's in us, and we're in him.
The peace and the joy. The peace and the joy. That's
Yeah. All right. So cool. Any comments, thoughts, questions on that one? Numbers 32. Pretty self-forward. A lot of imagination going on there to get that one. So now we're in the Numbers 33 here. This is kind of an outline, if you will, a repeat outline, history, itinerary of the Israelites' 40-year journey from leaving Mitzrayim to Egypt to being camped here on the edge of the Promised Land on the east side of the Jordan. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Sandra.
These are the departures of the children of Israel who went out of the land of Mitzrayim by their divisions under the hand of Moshe and Aharon. Moshe wrote down the starting points of their departures at the command of Yahuwah, and these are their departures according to their starting point. So they departed from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th yom of the first month, on the morrow of the Passover. The children of Israel went out with boldness before the eyes of all the Mitzrites. And the
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What day was that? Be more specific.
The Passover, the 14th day of the month.
First month on the 15th day of the first month. What day was that?
That was the first day of Matzah.
Yeah. First day of unleavened bread. It was a high Shabbat. They took off. Yeah, isn't that exciting? Go ahead, Chance.
Isn't that interesting? Because I read somewhere where it said like the unleavened bread is like the bread of affliction. You went out in haste and you didn't have time to add leaven to your bread, so you went out in haste, and that was bringing remembrance to the unleavened bread. So it's interesting how that just synced up there. It's like the bread of affliction. Yashrael were told to go. He said, you ain't got time to add leaven to that bread. You get going. It's time to go. Yahuwah opened up that door and sent them on their way, so they went out in haste.
Yeah.
Wow, man, that's great.
You ain't got time to be sinning, bowing down to them idols. Get moving.
Move them out of there and get up out of there.
That's right.
Hallelujah.
Roz, go ahead.
Okay. As you were saying that, Chance, it came to me about that they were running towards the Father Yahuwah. That's what he had them do. They ran towards him. They couldn't have any haste. They had to get out of that.
All righty. Go ahead, Sandra. It's all yours.
So they departed from Ramesses in the first month on the 15th yom of the first month on the morrow of the Passover. The children of Yeshua went out with boldness before the eyes of all the Mitzrites, and the Mitzrites were burying all their firstborn, whom Yahuwah had smitten among them. Also on their mighty ones, Yahuwah had executed judgment. Then the children of Yeshua departed from Ramesses and camped at Succoth. And they departed from Succoth and camped at Atham, and which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they departed from Atham and departed back to Pi-Hakeroth, which is east of Baal Zephon. And they camped near Migdal. And they departed from before Hakeroth and passed over through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. Went 3 yamin journey in the wilderness of Atham and camped at Marah. And they departed from Marah and came to Elim. And at Elim were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, so they camped there. And they departed from Elim and camped by the Sea of Reeds. And they departed from the Sea of Reeds and camped in the wilderness of Sin. And they departed from the wilderness of Sin and encamped at Duphwa. They departed from Duphwa and camped at Aush. And they departed from Aush and camped at Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. And they departed from the wilderness of Sinai and camped at Kibroth Hattaavah. And they departed from Kibroth Hattaavah and camped at Katsera. And they departed from Katsera and camped at Rithmah. And they departed from Rithmah and camped at Rimmon Pares. And they departed from Rimmon Pares and camped at Libnah. And they departed from Libnah and camped at Risa. And they departed from Risa and camped at Quehelatha. And they departed from Quehelatha and camped at Mount Shafar. And they departed from Mount Shafar and camped at Karada. And they departed from Karada and camped at Makwilath. And they departed from Makwilath and camped at Takka. And they departed from Takka and camped at Terak. And they departed from Terak and camped at Mithqua. And they departed from Mithqua and camped at Kashmanah. And they departed from Kashmanah and camped at Maserath. And they departed from Masrah and camped at Beni Yakin. And they departed from Beni Yakin and camped at Kahagid God. And they departed from Kor Hagidad and camped at Yakpatha. And they departed from Yakpatha and camped at Abranah. And they departed from Abranah and camped at Asion Gaber. And they departed from Asion Gaber and camped in the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they departed from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hur on the boundary of the land of Edom. Then Aharon the priest went up to Mount Hor at the command of Yahuwah, and he died there in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Mitzrayim on the first yom of the 5th month. And Aharon was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. And the sovereign of Arad, the Canaanite, who dwelt in the south, in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. And so they departed from Mount Hor and camped at Salmanah. And they departed from Salmanah and camped at Punon. And they departed from Punon and camped at Ubath. And they departed from Ubath and camped at Yehar Abarim at the border of Moab. And they departed from Eam and camped at Dibon Gad. And they departed from Dibon Gad and camped at Almon Diblatha Yema. And they departed from Almon Diblatha Yaman and camped in the mountains of Abarim before Nabal. And they departed from the mountains of Abarim and camped in the desert plains of Moab by the Yarden of Jericho. And they camped by the Yarden from Beth Yeshimoth as far as the Abel Shittim in the desert plains of Moab. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe in the desert plains of Moab by the Yarden of Jericho, saying, Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you have passed over the Yarden, into the land of Canaan. Then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you, and you shall destroy all their engraved stones, and shall destroy all their molded images, and lay waste all their high places. You shall possess the land and dwell in it, for I have given you the land to possess. And you shall divide the land by lot as an inheritance among your clans. To the larger you give a larger inheritance, and to the smaller you give a smaller inheritance. Wherever the lot falls to anyone, that is his. You inherit according to the tribes of your father. And if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall be that those whom you let remain shall be pricks in your eyes, thorns in your sides, and they shall trouble you in the land where you dwell. And it shall be that I do to you as I thought to do to them. Woo! Tongue twisting.
I was gonna say, Sandra, you got that tongue up today, boy. That thing has been strengthened, man. You got a strong tongue today. Woo, that thing got a workout.
All esteem to Yahusha.
So here in 55, this was like 42 specific encampments listed here. So this is how many times they set up and broke down camp and through this journey, man. It's just amazing, isn't it? Go ahead, Roz.
That's what I was going to say too. Well, actually, he was getting out, he was cleansing them throughout that whole time and testing their patience, because that had to be hard, setting up, tearing down, and leaving. It seemed like the way that it was just like a single night that they would stay in a place and then start moving. And then, so that's what came to me, because he knows how much it takes to break us. He knows how much it takes to help to get us delivered. And, that's what I wrote down with it.
Yeah, amazingly, they don't drive them all out, I mean, the warning there in 55 is mind-blowing to me. You don't drive them out, the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall be that those who you let remain shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your side, and they shall trouble you in the land where you dwell. And that happened, didn't it? That came true. And it's still happening. Go ahead, Chance.
Interesting you're talking about brought that up. All these camps, something interesting happened. Like in Hatua, Yahuwah was, we tried and a lot were laid low, in that Hatua So I got one that this one's a real tough one here. So in chapter 33, specifically here, and where are we at here? So right above 11, it says Elam. Right above verse 11, and at Elam were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. So they camped there. But do you remember when Yahuwah threw a palm tree into the water to make the water taste better because it was bitter? Does anybody remember that? I can go there. And it says Yahuwah threw a palm tree into the water because the people didn't like the water because it was bitter. This is a great mystery to me. I hadn't got to, I got to spend some more time on this. But right here in Elam, where it says 70 springs of water, or 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. But the water was made bitter, and Yahuwah threw a tree into the water to make it sweet. Do you know anything about that?
Where's it say that at?
All right, hold on. Let me find it.
I know about it, but I'm just wondering where you seeing that at. Well, he's looking that up. Is there any other?
Exodus 15:22 through 25.
Exodus 15, 22 through 35. So what you say? Exodus 15, you said?
I gotta look at it again. I think I'm off.
Yeah, because I'm not saying that. They were unable to drink the water of Marah, for they were bitter. So the name of it was called Marah. And the people grumbled, "What are we to drink?" Then he cried out to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree. And when he threw it into the Mam were made sweet. There he made a law and a right ruling for them. And there he tried them, and he said, "If you diligently obey the voice." So,
Does it say that's a palm tree? I think that tree was Yahusha, the tree of life.
well, in 27 it says, and they came to Elim, where there were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the Mam. And so this seemed to happen before they got to the oasis, because it says, that he threw the waters were made sweet, and I'll bring none of diseases. I brought upon Mitzrayim, for I am Yahuwah who heals you. And they came to Elim, so they moved, and they went to Elim, and that's where the oasis was of the 12 fountains and the 70 palm trees. They don't say it was a palm tree. He showed him a tree, and when they threw it in the water were made sweet. I don't know if you've ever done this or not, but I've seen like stagnant ponds, okay, or pools of water. And if you take like hay, and you take a bale of hay and you throw it in the water and come back in a day or two, that water's clear as a crystal. It cleans it up for some reason. I don't know the exact process of it, but I know it does. And so it's probably the same type situation here. So there was definitely a chemical reaction, to the chloride, the chlorine that was in the tree or the plant that cleaned up the water, chlorophene, right? Chloride. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I had been contemplating on that verse 2, and I came up with, and I might be wrong. In Revelations 22, he says, he showed me a river of water of life, clear as crystal, coming from the throne of Yahuwah and the Lamb, which we know that talking about the tree of life, that's who she is. In the middle of the street, on either side of the river, was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits, each tree yielding fruit each moon. That's how come I said that those 12 fountains of water is possibly referencing those 12 fruits. Like his Talmud, and he had 12 Talmud, and then there's 12 tribes of the children of Israel. That's kind of how I have come to that, but I'm not saying that's concrete. That's just my little pea-brain mind thinking that.
Well, it says here, plants, trees, or hay, like barley straw that's thrown into the water acts as a natural filtration. Nutrients are absorbed and biological action happens. Plants absorb excess nutrients, nitrogen, phosphates, and heavy metals while adding oxygen. As hay decays, it releases compounds that inhibit algae growth, and plant roots fibers physically trap sediments and harmful bacteria. And so this is what it's had. I've seen it with my own eyes, man. I've seen people do it. Take a really nasty stagnant pond and throw bales of hay in there. A couple of days later, man, it was clear. You could drink out of it.
I think that's great information.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about the reason why I went that way with my little thought was the 70 palm trees. You know, I thought about the 70 elders and the 12 sons of, the 12 tribes, which was that's where I went that way with it. Was thinking about the 12 sons of Yakub and of Yisrael, and the 70 palm trees were the elders. I don't know. My mind went kind of that way with it, but I like what you talked about that filter.
Yeah.
part.
Oh, yeah. I mean, eventually you got to take it back out. You know what I mean? Because if you don't, it'll repollute it again. It'll release them back in. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen them do it. Go ahead, Ross.
It's funny that it's spelled Hay, just like the hay and the paleo,
Yeah.
to think about it.
Yeah.
Wow, Sandra, thank you, sister, for that high spiritual understanding too, because I'm thinking about the 12 gates in Jerusalem coming down and the water is bitter, and it's, there's a lot into that. If you go on
it's came to Yahusha.
and that is really
still
high.
praying over that.
That is so high up in there, right there. Because these numbers are all like symbolic all throughout the living words of Yahuwah. 70, 12, these. But on the other sense too, it's interesting how throwing something in the water can just clean it up too, like what Mark was saying too. So it's like spiritual and physical. I don't know. We have to pull all for that, because that's a really high spiritual insight. To take it to that level is really that's really high up there. I mean, whoo, some heat.
Yeah, because Yahusha is the living water, pure and clean. He said, I'm the pure living water. Ask of me and you never thirst again. That's why I went that way.
Yeah, Brother John's asking us to pray for his brother Daniel today. He's in the hospital with a fib, so please don't forget to do that. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Chapter 33. June.
Yeah, I had studied this chapter before, and I thought it was interesting. If you go through and you look up all these names, you will find they have meanings, and it will, all these stays that they had, it may describe the landscape. It may describe something that happened while they were there. And for instance, Elam being the big trees and the fountains of water. And then Hatua, you had mentioned that, which it means the grave or lust. And then just these different Ramon Peretz, meaning place of pomegranates. And you can just go all through there and do it. It takes a while to get through those, but you can glean quite a bit from their stay and the landscape of the land. I'll just skip over here, verse 44, like Oboth, which was a place of watering, a place where they could store their water and watering skins. So I just thought that was interesting. But just going through there and looking up those words and seeing what those words mean can maybe give us a little bit more insight on what was going on with them at each of their stops. And I thought that was interesting. So just a note there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a lot of times these places were named because of an event that happened there which add knowledge to what they were going through and everything, what was happening. So yeah.
And I was just gonna say, with every name and its meaning, if we go and take it to like right now, like when you're going through the wilderness in your flesh, coming out of it and serving Yahuwah, look at all the things you got to overcome in yourself to be in Ruah. You got to overcome all this stuff. So looking at each one of these camps and all the trials and tribulations that they went through in this wilderness, you can apply that to yourself coming out of the flesh. Wow, man, that's some powerful. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it interesting with 38 there. And Aaron, the priest, went up to Mount Hor and at the command of Yahuwah and died there in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Mitzrayim on the first Yom of the 5th month. Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. I find that interesting, the 40th year. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to read 34? Take us into 34. All right. This is basically the geographic boundaries of the Promised Land for each of the tribes. Oz, go ahead.
34. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, command the children of Israel, and say to them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land which falls to you as an inheritance, the land of Canaan to its boundaries. Then your southern border shall be from the wilderness of Sin along the border of Edom, and your southern border shall be eastward from the end of the Salt Sea. And your border shall turn from the southern side of the ascent of Akrabim, continue to Sin, and be on the south of Kadesh Barnea, and it shall go out to Ketzar Adar, and continue to Atzomon. And the border shall turn from Atzomon to the Wadi of Mitzrayim, and it shall end at the sea. As for the western border, you shall have a great sea for a border. This is your western border. And this is your northern border. From the great sea you mark out your borderline to Mount Or. From Mount Or you mark out your border to the entrance of Hamath. And the edge of the border shall be towards Sedat. And the border shall proceed to Siphron, and it shall end at Katzar Enan. This is your northern border. And you shall mark out your eastern border from Katzar Enan to Shepham. And the border shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. And the border shall go down and reach to the eastern side of the sea of Kinneret. And the border shall go down along the Jordan, and it shall end at the Salt Sea. This is your land with its surrounding boundaries. And Moshe commanded the children of Israel, saying, this is the land which you inherit by lot, which Yahuwah has commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have received its inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan of Jericho eastward toward the sunrise. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, these are the names of the men who divide the land among you as an inheritance. Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha son of Nun, and take 1 leader of every tribe to divide the land for the inheritance. And these are the names of the men from the tribe of Yehudah, Caleb son of Jephunneh, and from the tribe of the children of Shimon, Shemuel son of Amulhad, from the tribe of Benjamin, Alijad son of Kislon, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki, son of Jogli. From the sons of Joseph, a leader from the tribe of the children of Menashek. Kanial, son of Afud, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Ephraim. Kemuel, son of Shifatan, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Zebulun. Al-Safan, son of Parnak, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Yesakar. Palitel, son of Asan, and the leader from the tribe of the children of Asher. Akihud, son of Shalomi, and a leader from the tribe of the children of Naphtali. Perahal, son of Amihud. These are the ones Yahuwah commanded to divide the inheritance among the children of Israel in the land of Canaan.
Okay. So defining the borders pretty much here. What's that mean, half tribe? What's that mean? I'm a half tribe. What does that mean? Up in 13. Moses commanded children of Israel, saying, "This is the land which you inherit by lot, which Yahuwah has commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe." Why 9 tribes and a half a tribe? Where's that coming from? Sandra?
Isn't that because Reuben and Gad and half a tribe of Manasseh chose the land of Jericho, where the land where they could store their cattle? They didn't go over into the promised land.
Right.
For their inheritance.
That's right. That's correct. So half the tribe of Manasseh didn't want to stay there. They wanted to go ahead and cross the Jordan, so they did. So what happened when they crossed the Jordan spiritually? So they were wandering in the wilderness, meaning their flesh. Then they crossed over. What happened spiritually? Ross?
An immersion. It's an immersion in water, isn't it?
Yeah, we could say it was an immersion. Yes. And what else?
And they grew spiritually. They changed. They were closer to the Father Yahuwah.
There you go. They became mature Hebrew. Good. Everybody following along with that? All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions in this chapter? Who wants to read 35? Joe, go ahead, man.
I got it. 35. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho, saying, "Command the children of Israel that they shall give the Lumen cities to dwell in from the inheritance of their possession. Also give the Lumen open land around the cities. And they shall have the cities to dwell in, and their open land for their cattle, and for their herds, and for all their livestock. And the open land of the cities which you give the Lumen are from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits all around. And you shall measure outside the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city is in the middle. This is to them the open land for the cities. And the cities which you give to the Lumen are the 6 cities of refuge, which you give to him who killed someone to flee to, and to these who you add 42 cities. All the cities which you give to the Lumen are 48. These with their open land, and the cities which you give are from the possession of the children of Israel. From the larger tribe you give many, from the smaller you give few. Each one gives some of its cities to the Lumen in proportion to the inheritance that each inherits. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, When you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall choose cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the one who accidentally killed someone shall flee there. And they shall be cities of refuge for you from the revenger. And the one who killed someone is not to die until he stands before the congregation in right ruling. And the cities which you give, 6 are to be cities of refuge. Give 3 cities beyond the Jordan, and give 3 cities in the land of Canaan as cities of refuge. These 6 cities are for refuge for the children of Israel, and for the sojourner, and for the settler in their midst, for anyone who accidentally kills someone to flee there. But if he has smitten him with an instrument of iron, so that he dies, he is a murderer. The murderer shall certainly be put to death. And if he has smitten him with a stone in the hand, by which one could die, and he does die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall certainly be put to death. Or if he has smitten him with a wooden instrument that would kill, and he does die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall certainly be put to death. The revenger of blood himself puts the murderer to death. When he meets him, he puts him to death. And if he thrusts him through in hatred, or throws an object at him while lying in wait, so that he dies, or in enmity he smites him with his hand so that he dies, the one who smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood puts the murderer to death when he meets him. But if he pushes him suddenly without enmity, or throws an object at him without lying in wait, or uses a stone by which a man could die, throwing it at him without seeing him so that he dies, while he was not his enemy or seeking his harm, then the congregation shall judge between him who killed someone and the revenger of blood, according to these right rulings. And the congregation shall rescue the one who killed someone from the hand of the revenger of blood, and the congregation shall return him to the city of refuge where he had fled, and he shall remain there until the death of the high priest who was anointed with the set-apart oil. But if the one who killed someone at any time goes outside the limits of the city of refuge where he fled, and the revenger of blood finds him outside the limits of his city of refuge, and the revenger of blood kills him who killed someone, he is not guilty of blood, because he should have remained in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, he who killed someone is to return to the land of his possession. And these shall be for a law of right ruling to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoever kills someone has to be put to death as a murderer by the mouth of witnesses, but only one witness does not bear witness against someone to die. And take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall certainly be put to death. And take no ransom for him who has fled to his city of refuge to return to dwell in the land before the death of the priest. And do not profane the land where you are, for blood profanes the land, and the land is not pardoned for the blood that is shed on it, except by the blood of him who shed it. And do not defile the land which you inhabit, in the midst of which I dwell. For I, Yahuwah, am dwelling in the midst of the children of Israel.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Okay, so this is pretty much self-explanatory. There's 48 cities for the Levites, which includes 6 cities of refuge. And what is the purpose here of the cities of refuge? Chance?
Accidental killing. Somebody not guilty of so if you swing an axe and the head flies off and hits somebody and kills them, but you didn't intend to kill them, you get a refuge, like a You know what I mean? I can't find the words that I'm looking for here, but you're not a murderer. You did an accident, you know?
Right. Yeah, so this chapter distinguishes between murder and manslaughter or an accident. The problem is, even if it was an accident or manslaughter, which wasn't a premeditated murder, the family of the person who was killed is still mad and they want revenge. And so he made these cities so they could have quick access to escape the family of the person who was harmed or killed. Okay, and then while he was safely in that city, then it would be turned over to the congregation, and they would determine whether or not this man was guilty of manslaughter or accident, or it was accident or murder. And what was the law pertaining to the safety requirements, if you will, pertaining to these cities of refuge? So the offender was safe there, okay, within the city, but had to do what? What was the requirement? Chance?
Not leave its borders.
Right. He couldn't leave. If he left and one of the family members found him outside of the city, they could kill him and they wouldn't be held liable. They were free game, man. So they had to stay in that city until some judgment was rendered, right? Or what? Or what?
Death of the high priest.
The death of the high priest. Then they were cut loose and they couldn't be harmed. If you harmed them, then it would be murder. Once the high priest died, that they committed, the act under, of course. All right. So, why do you suppose Yahuwah did this? What was his reasoning behind this? Anybody know? Sandra? You know?
I'm thinking it was part of his compassion and righteous ruling. In other words, he didn't want them doing evil for evil.
Yeah. Right. So,
it's his way of protecting them.
Right. Because murder polluted the land, right? Made it abominable. Abomination. So it had to be dealt with properly. And so these refugee cities, they cleaned the land and protected the innocent. Okay. And ensured right ruling. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that chapter? So that brings us up to chapter 36, which is the last chapter of Numbers. And we need a reader. Oops. I think I might have just messed up. No, I didn't. Here we go. Who wants to read chapter 36? June, go ahead.
And the heads of the fathers of the clans of the children of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, of the clans of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Musha and before the leaders, the heads of the fathers of the children of Yasharel, and said, Yahuwah commanded my master to give the land as an inheritance by lot to the children of Yasharel. And my master was commanded by Yahuwah to give the inheritance of our brother Zlephlakad to his daughters. Now, if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance shall be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry, and taken from the lot of our inheritance. And if the Yobel of the children of Yasharel takes place, then their inheritance shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry, and their inheritance taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Musha commanded the children of Yasharel according to the word of Yahuwah, saying, what the tribe of the sons of Yusuf speaks. Right.
Bold marketer, unlike Nora.
Sorry.
This is the word which Yahuwah has commanded for the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry who is good in their eyes, but let them marry only within the clan of their father's tribe. And the inheritance of the children of Yasharel is not to change hands from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Yasharel is to cling to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter possessing an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Yasharel is to be the Asha of one of the clan of her father's tribe, so that the children of Yasharel possess each the inheritance of his fathers. Thus, the inheritance is not to change hands from one tribe to another, but every tribe of the children of Yasharel is to cling to its own inheritance. As Yahuwah commanded Musha, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Machlah, Tirzah, and Koglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to the sons of their father's brothers. And they were married into the clans of the children of Manasseh, the son of Yusuf, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of their father's clan. These are the commands and the right rulings, which Yahuwah commanded the children of Yasharel by the hand of Musha in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho.
All righty. Thanks, June. All right, so final chapter here, and this addressed the and then land inheritance by the women, by the daughters that of the men had no sons, and so the big thing here was that the other tribes were complaining, specifically Manasseh, that if the women would marry a man from outside the tribe, that would mess up the allotment given to each tribe, allotment of land inheritance. And so Yahuwah fixed it by saying, okay, they can marry anybody they want, but it has to be, someone from their father's tribe, from Manasseh. And so the women did marry, and they ended up marrying their cousins, which ensured that the land inheritance was maintained. All right. So this entire chapter really concludes Numbers by reinforcing all the different aspects of life, including inheritance and marriage, and that everything that has to do with the children of Israel is subject to Yahuwah's directions or instructions. And that pretty much wraps up the book of Numbers. So congratulations to everybody that studied the book of Numbers in its totality. And it was a great study. I liked it, and I hope all of you did too. All right, so we're done with Numbers, and next week we'll be going into Deuteronomy, and which will be the last book of the Torah. And I can't wait to get into it. It's a great book. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on the book of Numbers or today's study? A lot of it was repetitive, wasn't it? kind of repetitive. I mean, and you know, it don't hurt to go back over things, you know.
But when he repeats it, it means that it's something that we really have to do. Not that if he mentions it one time, it just means he's stressing it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason for it. The original group died; they were all dead, and so he was reinforcing to the new group, the newer generation, that they would be going into the promised land, but they would have to maintain all the same instructions he gave their forefathers. That just because they were all dead and they were crossing over the Jordan now was not going to be reason for them to stop doing what he instructed them to do. That they had to continue in his instructions, and so that was a big reason for it. But nevertheless, yeah, it's important. I mean, he could have very well said, "Okay, everybody's dead. Now you guys don't have to do that anymore." But that ain't what happened here because the fulfillment of time had not come yet for the Messiah, which would change everything. So it wasn't this new generation that was going to change everything. It was the Messiah, and that just hadn't happened yet. And so he had to reinforce it just to make sure they understood that. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions about today's study or the book of Numbers in general? How about last night's study? Any thoughts on that one? If not, we're done today. Joe, you want to take us out of here?
All righty. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Yeah.
Baruch haba b'shem.
Sandra, you're too quiet.
Love you all.
We love you
too.
guys.
Love y'all. Hey,
Love
all.
y'all.
Love you
Peace,
guys.
favor, and love rest upon each of you.
Thank
In
you,
the name
Mark.
of Yahushua.
See y'all next week.
Thank
Yes.
you, Mark. Bye, Joe. Bye, Joe.
Bye.
Love you.
Tell Talitha.
Love y'all.
Yes, Will.
Alrighty. Praying for you guys. Bye.